If you're with us online, if you could please turn off your cameras if you're not speaking, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening and welcome to the May 6th, 2024 meeting of the Arlington County's Planning Commission. I am Vice Chair Tenley Peterson, temporarily standing in for Chair Commissioner Steinberger. Tonight, the Commission will consider the following items: FBCN 23-00005 use permit for preservation and renovations to the Barcroft Apartments buildings 12 to 16. Consideration of actions pertaining to 750 23rd Street South, Melwood Special General Land Use Plan GLUP study. The following items will be discussed at the recess meeting Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. ZOA 2024-03, an ordinance relating to large media screen with outdoor visual entertainment. ZOA 2024-02, an ordinance related to off-site parking. Phase development site plan amendments to amend the Pentagon City phase development site plan. Before we begin, I would like to share a few logistical points for all participants joining the meeting remotely and in person. For presenters and speakers joining us through Microsoft Teams, please keep your phones and other electronic devices muted until you are called on by the clerk. Please turn off the sound to any devices to minimize interference. Please keep your cameras off until the clerk announces your name to speak. When called upon, you must unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon that is in the meeting command bar at the top of your screen. The moderator nor the clerk have the ability to unmute your mic. Once you have spoken, please mute your mic and turn your camera off. If you are dialing in by phone to join the meeting, press *6 to unmute. Public speakers will be called upon by the clerk at an assigned time. Pre-registration and email confirmation to speak at tonight's hearing was required. We are not able to accommodate additional speakers. All speakers, virtual and hybrid, will receive 2 minutes to comment as an individual. Only representatives of a county board appointed advisory group, committee, and/or commission will receive 3 minutes to comment. A timer will be displayed on the screen if speaking virtually, and speakers in person will follow the timer stationed on the podium. Audio of tonight's meeting is available via phone. If commissioners, presenters, or speakers lose internet connectivity, please reconnect by phone. However, if you are dialing in by phone and unable to see the screen, we will provide you with an audible 30-second warning to wrap up your comments. You will be muted when your time has expired. The meeting chat is active for presenters or commissioners who need technical assistance only. Please do not use the meeting chat for discussion, public comment, questions about agenda items, or requests for further information. All public comments must be shared verbally for the record during the assigned public testimony period. Tonight's meeting will be available for review through YouTube and Microsoft Teams platforms in real time. The links have been provided on the Planning Commission website. The meetings will also be available for review with closed captions on Comcast Xfinity Channel 25 and 1085, Verizon Fios Channels 39 and 40, 24 to 48 hours after the adjournment of the meeting. Lastly, this is a public forum. Tonight's meeting will be recorded and posted to the county website via a link to YouTube as stated. All information associated with tonight's meeting, whether written or spoken, is subject to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act requirements. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
The first item is FBCN 23-00005, a use permit for preservation and renovation of Barcroft apartment buildings. And I believe we have a staff presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Olivia Sontag with the Arlington County Planning Division. I'm joined this evening by Melissa Danowski of the Housing Division, and then joined virtually by Robert Gibson within DES. The applicant is joining us virtually this evening, and they've also prepared a short presentation to provide additional details about the proposal. So this is the third renovation use permit within Barcroft that has come before the Planning Commission. So this one is again a neighborhoods form-based code use permit for preservation and renovations to buildings 12 through 16. And it's located on 1200 South Thomas Street. So again, the item for consideration this evening is preservation and renovations for those buildings 12 through 16. They're located within section 1, which was one of the first sections developed within the Barcroft property. And it also includes modifications pursuant to the neighborhoods form-based code for setback and parking requirements associated with the underlying zoning. So just a recap of some of the use permits that have come before you over the last 6 months. We have the first use permit shown with the number 1 on the screen here. The second use permit proposed in the very southern portion of the property. And then the third use permit before you today has portions of property on both the west and east side of South Thomas Street. We're continuing to review the Jared Lynch MFDP, but while we're doing so, we are trying to advance some of these use permits to deliver some of these upgraded homes and these affordable commitments in the near term. So a little bit of site background. The zoning is RA 1426, multiple family dwelling district. It's also within that neighborhoods form-based code area, which is an optional zoning tool. The GLEP designation for the site is low medium residential and does include note 24A, which means it's within the neighborhoods area plan conservation area boundaries. It's about a 4.5 acre site of the total approximately 60 acre property. This area outlined in the dashed white lines includes 114 units, both 1 and 2 bedrooms, 5 buildings, noted as buildings 12 through 16. And again, this is within section 1. It was the first section built on the Barcroft property, approximately early 1940s, and existing today are approximately 160 trees on the site. So just really quickly, here in red is the site within the context of the entire neighborhoods form-based code boundaries. And again, it's within that neighborhoods area section. Taking a closer look here, you can see that this specific portion of the property is designated as a conservation area. These buildings are envisioned to be preserved, and they're subject to the neighborhood's form-based code conservation area standards and review by the HALRB. So again, I'll cover just briefly what the proposal entails. The applicant will have some additional slides to share some of those details. But again, preservation of these 5 buildings. The 114 units include 72 1-bedroom, including two of those being accessible units, 42 bedroom units, and 2 3-bedroom units. And they're committing all 114 CAFs that as a whole average up to 60% AMI for 99 years. This also includes 2 outdoor amenity spaces, only includes removal of 3 trees. So there are about 160 retained and then 8 tree replacements required. And then 57 standard parking spaces, 2 ADA spaces created for those 2 1-bedroom units. And then they're requesting those modifications for existing buildings to remain for both parking and setbacks. And then these buildings will also deliver National Green Building Standards Silver certification. So to recap some of the review so far, this item went to the Design Review Committee once, the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board twice, the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group, all with support for the proposal. And then next steps, this item will not be presented to the to the Housing Commission, but staff is providing a summary of the proposal. They asked that that it didn't need to be reviewed before the Housing Commission. And then this item will go to the County Board on May 18th. So with that, I'll invite the applicant to provide their presentation.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sontag. Just a moment as we bring up our slides. Thanks. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Lauren Riley with Walsh Colucci. We represent the applicant in this case, Gyre Lynch Real Estate Partners. Sorry I can't be there with you all in person tonight, but myself and our design team are all here online to answer any questions that you might have about this this third renovation use permit. So we go to the next slide. Ms. Sontag gave a thorough overview of the location of where this use permit is in Barcroft, and this is our third one, and the third one is the Charm. So I will be brief in our presentation tonight, but just wanted to highlight a few things here. As Ms. Sontag mentioned, there's 5 buildings here across spanning across South Thomas Street, and there's 114 1- and 2-bedroom units across those 5 buildings. If we go to the next slide. Then just zooming in here to the view of, you can see buildings 15 and 16 to the top of your screen there, and then buildings 13 and 14 there to the bottom. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things here. The scope of this renovation use permit is going to be very similar to the one that you all reviewed last December with the second phase. We'll have exterior renovations of these buildings, like cleaning the brick, repairing and replacing the roofs. We'll be upgrading those old PTAC units and into more modern heating and air systems throughout the buildings. And then also want to touch on the interior renovation that occurs with each of these use permits. These existing units will all be renovated to include new countertops, new cabinets and appliances, and all of the units will have in-unit washers and dryers, which was very important to the residents. And then thirdly, we'll also be creating, like with our previous renovation use permits, these outdoor amenity areas. So at the top of your screen near that large courtyard, we'll be programming that area with a place for folks to gather. And then again, on the bottom of your screen in between those 2 buildings will be another outdoor amenity area for residents to gather and enjoy the outdoor. Let me go to the next slide. And then lastly, what we were able to do here, similar to what we were able to do with the previous use permit, is convert ground floor units into type A accessible units. Here, we're able to convert 2 units in building 16. One of them is a 1-bedroom unit and the other is a 2-bedroom unit. And we're able to do this by adding entrances on the side elevations of building 16. You can see them there. We're also had to add a ramp to get folks up from the ground level to the door, and a canopy there as well, which will remain. And so that's, I think those are all the highlights that we wanted to cover tonight, but we're open. Our team is available to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
There we are. We do.
Not for this item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Is there an echo?
We had someone without a muted mic, but I think they've muted.
Okay, let's hope so. As far as planning commission committees or subcommittees that heard this, did this come to any planning commission subcommittees? No. It came to OG. Daniel, do you report?
OG was generally supportive of these changes.
Okay, comprehensive report. Any topics you think would recommend for discussion at this juncture?
No, I mean the discussions were fairly straightforward and are accurately captured in the staff report. A question that has come to me separately, and I will raise it, and if the person who sent it to me wants to take credit for it, they're more than welcome to do so. But are there? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll defer to Commissioner. The one topic then I would suggest that we defer that we defer. No, that's not the right word in this context. It is, but it isn't. That we go to Commissioner Patel to raise it is the breakdown of housing affordability thresholds.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, so the one topic put forward for discussion by the commission is with regards to the affordability metrics for the units implicated. Commissioner Patel, do you want to speak to that point?
I just have a quick question, Ms. Sontag. Thanks for your overview.
I noticed in the presentation materials, it says that the average committed affordable is at 60%. Is there a breakdown for how many will be at 30%? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Danowski with the Housing Division, and I can answer that question. So the affordability levels will average up to 60% AMI. So that means there are anticipated to be some units lower than that. And there may be some units higher than that to accommodate current residents that may be living in this phase of the development. And in December 2023, it was approved as part of the overall financing and affordability commitment that at least 10% of the units site-wide would be affordable up to 30% AMI over the approximately 10-year renovation and redevelopment period. So we do anticipate that this phase would have some lower income units at that 30% AMI level, but the exact details would be worked out a little bit later. And as it gets closer to when it would file for Virginia housing tax credits and a little bit closer to when the finance closing would occur for that phase.
Is the bottom baseline at least 10% though? Are we not going below 10% on the 30% AMI?
It across the site, yes, 10%, at least 10% of units at 30% AMI.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other items or comments, questions from the commission? Otherwise, I will look for Commissioner Weir to make a motion. Okay, we're going to keep this moving. Commissioner Weir, do you have a motion?
Yeah, let me get the language in front of me.
Okay. Is this the language? No.
If you have the staff report, I have the wrong. We go.
Here is the
I have
report.
it. So I move that the planning commission recommend that the county board approve the subject use permit in accordance with the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods form-based code, Article 11.2 of the zoning ordinance, Appendix B, for preservation and renovations to the Barcroft Apartments buildings 12 through 16 located within Section 1 of the overall apartment complex, with modifications pursuant to the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods form-based code for setbacks and parking requirements associated with the underlying zoning district for the existing buildings to remain subject to the conditions of the staff report.
Second.
We have a motion that's been seconded. Thank you, Commissioners Weir and Patel. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's roll to a vote. Commissioner Streiner.
Aye.
Commissioner Begley.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Weir.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Sarley.
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey.
Aye.
Commissioner Me. Aye. Garen's not a commissioner. Karen Guevara. I thought you said Garen. I apologize. We do have one virtual commissioner. Commissioner Guevara, are you there and are you voting?
Yes. And I is my vote.
Yes, and I. Okay, thank you. I apologize. I thought Commissioner Peterson had told me that Commissioner Guerin, who was one of our beloved former commissioners, was online, to which I had to say she could not vote, but you can. So thank you. The ayes have it 11-0.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can we call the second item, please?
The second item is consideration of the following actions pertaining to the 750 23rd Street South Melwood Special General Land Use Plan Study. And there's items A and B. It's a request to advertise and acceptance of the Special General Land Use Plan Study document. And we have a staff presentation by Margaret Rhodes.
Wonderful. Ms. Rhodes, when you are ready. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Rhodes, and I'm a planner with the Arlington County Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. Sure. Okay, is that better? Okay. I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Margaret Rhodes, and I'm a planner with Arlington County's Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. And I'm here to speak about the 750 23rd Street South Melwood Special General Land Use Plan Study. The applicant is interested in building a primarily residential building of approximately 5 stories with Melwood operations on the first 1 to 2 floors, providing affordable housing on the upper floors with some units reserved for residents with disabilities. The applicant's request is for an amendment to the general land use plan to change the general land use plan designation from public to low medium residential, 16 to 36 units per acre for both parcels A and B. The applicant also anticipates an associated rezoning from C1, local commercial district, and R6, one family dwelling district for parcel A, and R6, one family dwelling district for parcel B, to RA18, a multiple family dwelling district. This rezoning would be examined at a future point concurrent with a potential site plan application should one be filed. And this would take place after the special GLUP study concludes. In terms of the typical sequence of public reviews, we begin with the Tier 1 review, and this is really a preliminary study that focuses on the question of should a more detailed study be undertaken, and if so, what type of study should be undertaken, and really focuses on the high-level land use questions. Then we move to the Tier 2 review, and this study focuses on the question of what general land use plan category or categories may be appropriate and what other guidance should be provided. Again, this is very high level. It's focused on the land use, but we also bring into the discussion questions on density, zoning, transportation, transitions, etc. So the outcome of the special general land use plan study is a recommendation either to amend or not to amend the general land use plan. And that's in the form of a request to advertise. So no change is made as part of the special GLUP study to the general land use plan. There's a request to advertise. And then also we would be bringing forward the study document, which has accompanying recommendations. So just again, this would just be signaling that the general land use plan amendment is potentially within the realm of consideration should there be an appropriate future site plan submitted. And that's the next phase, should this be submitted. There's a whole nother process, the site plan review process, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. And that's a whole nother series of opportunities for community input. So just to go over the community engagement opportunities that we had during this special study, once the application was submitted, we had a Tier 1 LRPC meeting. And then for the Tier 2 review, we had a 3-week community engagement session. We had 1 LRPC meeting and we had over 10 stakeholder groups invited. And then we had a 3-week comment period on the draft study document. And then here we are with the public hearing at the Planning Commission. Next would be another opportunity for public input at the public hearing on the county board. And then should a site plan be submitted, there would be another public review process, the site plan review process. In terms of the context, you can see here parcel A, and this is where the current building is located. And then there is parcel B, which is a part of Nellie Custis Park. And there was a previously recorded public access easement on that site. In terms of our recommendation, we're recommending acceptance of the special general land use plan study document that we have prepared. And we are recommending advertisement of a general land use plan amendment from public to low medium residential for parcel A. Staff recommends no change to the general land use plan designation of public for parcel B, which is and shall remain envisioned as a portion of Nellie Custis Park. The general land use plan establishes the county's land use vision, and this slide identifies the existing GLUP designations of and around the site. You can see that it's primarily public and low residential, and there's some adjacent semi-public. Adjacent areas are designated the low residential, semi-public, although there is a mix of commercial and institutional development adjacent and across from the subject site. This slide identifies the current zoning districts near the subject site, so you can see the C1 and the R6, and there's also some S3A. Staff developed the special general land use plan study process with a mind towards equity and kept equity at the forefront throughout the study process and the multiple community engagement opportunities that were a part of this process. The composition of the LRPC with 10 different stakeholder representatives that you can see listed here was purposefully broad and inclusive, and the entire study process was crafted to consider who benefits, who is burdened, who is missing, and how the recommendations should address the answers to these questions. The following 5 guiding planning principles reflect the input received during the study process and are intended to provide context-sensitive guidance for this site. These principles are intended to be high level, and they were derived from adopted plan guidance, good planning principles, and an analysis of the site. They were subsequently refined based on LRPC and community input to provide guidance for the study area. With regards to the building height and tapering recommendations, we're recommending potentially up to 60 feet only in the middle of the site if such a height could facilitate the achievement of guiding principles, including additional affordable housing, greater green space on site, greater buffering between this building and adjacent Nellie Custis Park, and/or preservation or interpretation of the historic facade in situ or in a new location on site. The building should step down to 2 to 3 stories on 3 different sides, on the Nellie Custis Park side, along 23rd Street South, and along South Grant Street to foster a pedestrian-friendly experience. During the 3-week online comment period that just concluded, we received approximately 303 comments. The areas of priority that we found in analyzing those comments were support for the GLUP amendment and/or proposed redevelopment, support for affordable housing and/or housing for individuals with disabilities. The areas of concern that we identified as rising to the top were concerns regarding the general land use plan amendment and/or additional density on site, concerns regarding parking or traffic impacts, and a desire for a lower building height. Other topics that emerged when analyzing the input included the question of precedent, environmental concerns, historic preservation, with people opining both for and against it, a desire for no more additional affordable housing or multifamily housing in this area, and concerns about infrastructure, including schools, stormwater, electrical supply, and other community services. Reflecting on those comments, staff made edits and clarifications to the study document and answered some of the questions that were posed in the staff report. One of the questions that was raised was about the general land use plan and density. And the special GLUP study process is an opportunity to evaluate the general land use plan and to develop a new vision, potentially new vision for this area. And low medium residential is a potentially appropriate for this area given the diverse land uses. So there's mixed use, commercial, institutional, and lower density residential in this area. Low medium residential can potentially provide for a compatible building scale and effective transitions between uses with appropriate guidance. And the site is located on an arterial with good connectivity and transit. In terms of traffic and parking, the projected traffic impacts can be accommodated by the existing transportation network. Should redevelopment occur, staff would of course monitor to see if mitigation is needed, and parking should be accommodated on site. And those are really issues, the parking, et cetera, more for a site plan review process as opposed to a high level general land use plan study. And then again, the building height, staff recommends no heights over 60 feet, and then recommends tapers down to the 2 to 3 stories on 3 frontages. Recently, a resident submitted a nomination for this school to be considered as an Arlington County Local Historic District. The nomination of a property for a local historic district does not mandate nor guarantee the creation of such a district. And the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board chair will schedule an initial hearing on this typically within 90 days. And this process, it should be noted, is separate from the special general land use plan study, which is again developing that high level land use vision for this area. Staff recommends adoption of the resolution to accept the 750 23rd Street South Melwood Special General Land Use Plan Study document, and adoption of the resolution to advertise future public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board on the GLUP amendment from public to low medium residential for parcel A. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rhodes. We will move to the applicant. Thank you very much.
I don't see my light. Can you hear me? Okay. It is. Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. For the record, my name is Kathy Puskar with Walsh Colucci. I'm going to turn it over to Scott Gibson with Melwood to start, and then I'll take back over.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Scott Gibson. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Melwood. Since 1963, Melwood has been advocating for and empowering people with disabilities to live and thrive in their communities. Luckily, in the more than 60 years since our founding, the challenge has evolved. Whereas the parents that founded Melwood in 1963 found themselves looking for alternatives to institutional care, we now find ourselves looking to see how we can support independent living in a community setting of the person's choosing. Whereas in 1963, the challenge was launching a job, any job, the challenge has evolved to launching careers of choice. This is best evidenced by our Ability program, which is housed in the Arlington building. This program trains individuals with disabilities not only in the self-advocacy and soft skills that are necessary to succeed at work, but the technical skills to land an IT certification, a CompTIA IT certification that's respected by industry and not created by Melwood. Because of this, we see our program graduates looking to and starting jobs with the federal government, employers like MITRE and GDIT, earning self-sustaining wages and hoping to live independently in their community. That's where the Affordable Housing Challenge causes this evolution in our mission. We recognize that this is the next best way to serve the people we serve. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you once again, for the record, Kathy Puskar with Walsh Colucci. And it is a pleasure for me to be able to sit before you tonight with my clients, Melwood and Wesley Housing, who will be our co-applicant as we move forward to support the acceptance of the special GLUP study and authorization of the request to advertise a GLUP amendment from public to low medium to facilitate a future rezoning from C1 and R6 to RA 818 when we come forward with the rezoning and 4.1 site plan applications in the near future. Despite what you may have heard and what you may hear tonight about the process being way too short and not thorough enough, we would submit that the process has taken way too long and has been very thorough. In fact, the road to tonight's hearing has been so long that Melwood's joint venture partner is not the same joint venture partner they had when this journey started back in 2021. That's right, Melwood filed its Tier 1 application in December of 2021. After a Tier 1 LRPC meeting in May of 2022, staff's recommendation of a Tier 2 study in June of 2022, and the filing of our Tier 2 study in August of 2022, we then had to wait an entire year until the fall of 2023 to begin the Tier 2 study process, which included online engagement, a second LRPC meeting, and additional online engagement opportunities once the draft document was issued in February of 2024, more than 2 years after the process began. Melwood, a nonprofit founded on a vision and inclusion for all people, who has provided jobs and opportunities for people with disabilities in the greater Washington, D.C. area for over 60 years, is very fortunate to have Wesley Housing, a proven affordable housing developer, come on board during the Tier 2 study period to work with them to realize their shared vision for redevelopment of the property. This formidable joint venture will provide state-of-the-art, on-site, co-located housing and services for Arlington's most vulnerable residents, those with disabilities, and those in need of affordable housing. Melwood and Wesley's efforts in furtherance of not only their stated missions, but also of the county's adopted policy guidance found in the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan, the Livability 22202 Housing Affordability Working Group Report, the Housing Arlington Institutional Partnerships Initiative, the Destination 2027 Steering Committee Report, and the 2019 Equity Resolution. And despite what you may have heard and what you may hear tonight about my client being unwilling to engage with the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, Melwood has corresponded and met with Aurora Highlands on numerous occasions, including during this process, to explain their mission and their overall vision for the property. However, it became clear to us during the process that many of the questions being asked are more appropriately discussed during the 4.1 site plan process based on more detailed plans, which we will continue to develop through incorporation of the guidance set forward in the general land use plan study. We just needed to wait to make sure that that guidance recommended by staff is adopted and hope that you'll support that document tonight. We then plan to fully re-engage with the community, with staff, with members of the Site Plan Review Committee, and other interested parties as we develop and move the plans forward. The process has been thorough and it has been fair, with all stakeholders at the table and with multiple opportunities for engagement and feedback from both the stakeholders and the general public. Staff has developed a study document that takes all views into account and has balanced those views with guiding principles and recommendations that will inform my client's future redevelopment of the site. We support the study document and ask that you do the same, as we see no obstacles with moving forward tonight. I could take my extra, I think it's 4 minutes, to go over the details of our submission and what we hope to achieve, but we have laid those out in multiple presentations throughout the process, and I think staff has documented them fairly and appropriately, both in their reports and in the study recommendations. So I will end with that, and we are happy to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have public speakers, please?
We do, and we'll start with the virtual speakers tonight. And just a reminder, you'll have 2 minutes each for our virtual speakers today. So our first speaker, and we're also going to project the timer on the screen for those of you speaking virtually. We'll also do that for those in the room as well when we come to those.
Quick note just on the speakers tonight. We do have a large volume of speakers. We expect, we're adhering to the 2-minute limit. We understand that some people had slides. We apologize, we're not able to accommodate those this evening. All slides that have been shared with the commission have been received by the commissioners, and we review everything we receive. If you have other slides and materials you wish to convey to the commission, please send them to the clerk, which is you're standing in front of the clerk, but they will get to us, and we, will review those after the hearing as well. So I just wanted to clarify on that. Apologies. Thank you.
Before we get started, someone has a phone by the speaker. So if you can move phones, applicants and presenters, thank you. So our first public speaker tonight is Larissa Couts, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name. It's not intentional. Larissa Couts, followed by Wells Harrell. You can unmute yourself when you're ready to speak virtually.
Ms. Couts is a representative of the applicant. She signed up when the hearing was last month, and I'm here in her place because of business travel.
Speaker number two is Wells Harrell, followed by Taquandra Dixon.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission, Vice Chair Peterson. I'm Wells Harrell, and I'm here to urge you to recommend that the County Board approve the proposed amendment to the GLUP and enable the addition of affordable housing at Melwood. I say this as somebody who lived for about 5 years right outside the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. This project truly is a win all around. Once it finishes, dozens of low-income households can move to a neighborhood that they couldn't afford otherwise. Our transit systems will get more riders, nearby businesses will get more customers, and existing homeowners will continue to enjoy their properties with little inconvenience beyond having to look at a 5-story building. The arguments made in opposition to this project are pretty familiar by this point. They're about traffic and parking and noise and density. The thing is, density is just people, and there are no neighborhoods without people. This neighborhood in particular is one that's wealthier and wider than the county as a whole. Like many Arlington neighborhoods developed in the early 20th century, it was designed to be exclusive and unchanging. That opposition you're hearing is just the expression of that expectation that the neighborhood should not change. That expectation was set by the developer 100 years ago and reinforced by zoning policies. But times have changed, our laws have changed, our values have changed, and the neighborhood can change and it can grow. So if we want to be the welcoming and inclusive community we say we are, if we want to make sure the workers who teach our kids, cook our food, bring up our groceries, and clean our buildings can afford homes in the communities they serve, if we want to integrate our neighborhoods and create housing opportunities for low-income households and people of color, then projects like Melwood need to move forward, and they need to move forward without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Taquandra Dixon, followed by Robert Douglas.
Hello, my name is Taquanda Dixon, and I am a director at Melwood. I just want to start off by saying that 1 in 4 people in the U.S. have a disability. That's 27%. 61 million people in the U.S. and more than 1 billion people in the world. Inclusion should be led by participation in socially expected life roles and activities, such as being a student, a worker, a friend, community member, a spouse, a partner, and even a parent. I think that we should definitely advocate for the inclusion to make sure that everyone has the same opportunities to participate in every aspect of life to the best of their abilities and their desires. By allowing affordable housing units in this community, we will promote independence. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Robert Douglas, followed by Susan English.
We all set? All right. Look for the arrows on the side. Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. As you're well aware, Crystal City has undergone some massive development over the and increases in density and traffic in the last 10 years. This committee and the county board gave the residents of Aurora Highlands, Arlington Ridge, and Crystal City their assurances through a couple of planning documents. The first was the 2008 Aurora Highlands Neighborhood Conservation Plan, and then came the 2012 Crystal City Sector Plan, or two such master planning documents. In both of these plans, they promised to taper building heights from Crystal City, the high rises that are in Crystal City now, which are now like twice as tall as they were in 2012, down to the residential neighborhoods. So in both of those documents, they gave us assurances. And I think the only fair thing for you guys to do is to stand behind those assurances. That the applicant, we all like Melwood, they're terrific, but they should be able to build something there, but it should be built with the same height and density and setbacks and parking requirements as anything else. I urge you not to change the residential zoning in the residential portion of the neighborhood and to honor your commitments made 10 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual public speaker will be Susan English, followed by Fred Zimmerman.
Good evening. Our family has lived in a pleasant and privileged neighborhood 8 blocks from Melwood for 43 years, grateful for our community benefits. It's our family's goal to welcome in our community essential workers who continue to support us daily, as well as many others who rely on our support for homes and safety. 2 phrases describe our debate tonight. We always inherit, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. We inherit the buildings of the 1920s and the exclusionary choices of those times, along with their flood-prone blocks and surface parking. We inherit a human tendency to resist change and to resist the inclusion of new others. But I believe we can change once we see how we could make different choices to rebuild more sustainably and to welcome more people, workers, caregivers, and vulnerable people, all in need of homes. I support the timely land use change. I also support the proposal for 100 new affordable homes in the accompanying proposal by Melwood, including the supportive housing with wraparound support and job training that will help many to live and work more independently. I know there are others in our community who've lived here a long time, longer than I have, who feel the same way I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Fred Zimmerman, followed by Jane Green.
Hi, I'm Fred Zimmerman. Buying a house is a super big investment, and I think rightly that most of the close neighbors to Melwood are concerned about the 100 units, which my understanding is it has to be 100 units so it works for Melwood. But, you know, I think 100 units is too big for the area. I saw one of your principles is complement the surrounding area, including the adjacent Nellie Custis Park. I think you should look at that closely. Also, the precedent is very concerning. I mean, the other property owners nearby are going to wonder why they can't have a 5-story building. You know, how is that fair to them that there's one 5-story building and they can't have a 5-story building? Finally, I wonder how you say the projected traffic can be accommodated by the existing network. I just wonder how you made that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane Green, followed by Matthew Williams.
Oh, try that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, see, there's a reason I come in person when I can. Hello, good evening. My name is Jane Green. I am very much in support of the study document and hope that the Planning Commission will approve it to be adopted by the board. I used to live in this neighborhood. My kids used to go to daycare across the street. We spent a lot of time at Nellie Custis Park. We loved attending Melwood events. I think that adding a small apartment building to this neighborhood, to this site, is a great use of county's land. It's the great use of an institutional property that wants to expand its mission. I know that there are some concerns about the height. Right now I live up near Roslyn. There's a recent the building up in Roslyn Highlands Park is a playground surrounded by 12 stories of apartment. And it is still a very well-used, well-loved playground. So I don't think that even 5 stories, much less 2 or 3 stories, is any threat to Nellie Custis Park. It'll continue to bring the community together. Melwood will continue to bring the community together even more so when it's able to provide affordable housing as well. The study document specifically says that low to medium residential is appropriate for this area. There's adjacent multiple uses between the churches, other commercial properties. Whoops, sorry, we're playing bike shop at home too. So anyway, I'll wrap it up there. Please support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matthew Williams, followed by John Obenberger.
Hi, my name is Matthew Williams, and I'm from Arlington, and I would encourage the commission to vote to move forward with a special GLUB study. I think that low-income housing is pivotal for the success of our county and ultimately an investment in the future of our county. At a very young age, my grandfather was homeless, and from the grace of God, someone took him in and taught him a skill, and he was able to build a base and use that to actually grow his family, and he passed that to my father and ultimately to me. So it was the kindness of a stranger 70 years ago that brought change and a different trajectory to his entire family. And I think that Melwood can serve in the same role to launch many different families into a line of success and ultimately into being very fruitful and positive impacts to our county. So I would encourage you guys to definitely move forward to help this cause.
Thank you. Next is John Obenberger, followed by Ann Bodine. John Obenberger. We'll go to Ann Bodine next and come back to John after that. Ann Bodine.
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Ann Bodine from Lion Park. I was intending.
And we can't really hear you. If you could get a little closer to the mic.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
A little bit better.
Okay. I am intending to make comments about a different topic. Is that permitted by the chair, or do you have a preference that I speak after this topic?
The only topic we have left in the agenda tonight is Melwood. If there's a different topic, maybe it's on the Wednesday's agenda, and you could certainly sign up for that. I apologize, but we're only taking comments on Melwood at this time.
Okay, then I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Apologies.
John Openberger, if you're with us.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Recommend rejection, flat out rejection, no consideration. And all of the special interest groups and the social support for this doesn't support the proposal. Melwood's got many opportunities to pursue the development in a place where there's zoning that already exists, and it'll fit existing development where there's zoning would be appropriate. 35 feet is the maximum height of anything that should be considered on this site. So I think all of the neighbors would welcome neighbors with a 35-foot height. 60 feet is gross. It's excessive, and the development will overrun the neighborhood. The study is subjective. I could spend 2 hours on the deficient analysis that didn't support the recommendations. No way 60 feet fits. The adjoining Pentagon City upzoning identified the need for elementary school. No elementary school study or siting and location, and this would be a great place for an elementary school, but that analysis and study hasn't been done. Parking, it will overrun the neighborhood. I spent many years driving through this neighborhood. It is difficult at best, and the streets are narrow. Lack of availability of on-street parking already exists, and there's narrow streets not designed to accommodate the development at this site. So anything that would occur at this site would need to have one parking spot per residential unit, and also the appropriate parking on.
Thank you for your time. Now we'll go to in-person speakers. We'll start with Joan Quinn. When your name's called, please approach the podium, and you can press the button on the mic. You'll notice it's red when it's on. There's also a button that can raise and lower the podium depending on your height. So we'll start with Joan Quinn, followed by Matthew Kowalik. And just to make you aware, once the time is up, there will be a loud beep.
Is this the right height? Good evening. My name is Joan Quinn. I live in zip code 22202, and I come before you to ask that you reject the Melwood development proposal for the following reasons. The land has been zoned for public use and used continuously for the benefit of the community since 1923. There is a current critical need for the maintenance of publicly zoned land in our area, given the surrounding high-density development in National Landing and along the Route 1 corridor. Public land for a new elementary school, public land for a new library, public land for a new senior center in 22202. There is no acceptable level of loss of public land in our densely populated area. Once a public zoning designation has been lost, it is likely lost forever. And the impact of such lost public zoning is not restricted to human inhabitants and their well-being, but also materially affects all non-human life as well. Plants and animals that enhance wellness and contribute to our quality of life. This proposal is ecologically unsound.
There is no need for the rezoning requested. Our zip code has abundant housing for disabled individuals and is super saturated with affordable housing. The proposal is contrary to the general land use plan and destructive of the principles embraced by all three civic associations. Alternative uses for the Melwood property in accordance with the existing zoning and need for public property and 22202 need careful consideration. I suggested some possible alternatives in March. Copies of that memorandum have been given to the clerk. Thank you.
The next speaker is Matthew Kowalik, followed by Ben Diavanzo, who is joining us remotely, not in person, as indicated.
Oh boy, this is high enough. Good evening, everybody. Everybody on the commission, thank you for being here. Appreciate all the work that you do. When there were slides mentioned earlier, some of you may have seen the presentation where I went through a lot of the county data to show how, at least, there are not as many roadblocks to this development as some of my neighbors may argue. By the way, I'm from next door in Pentagon City. So I have it was kind of hard to write notes because I put a lot of that in the PowerPoint, but I would basically say, if you just look at those things, you can see that the development redistricts or the redevelopment districts don't actually go over the site. There's a lot of public transit. If I recall, the plan already included, underground parking. There was a lot of other stuff that makes this, to me, seem like it's perfectly doable and acceptable for the community. Not to mention when Melwood talked about alternatives to institutional care. I mean, this is the pinnacle of that. This is reintegrating people with disabilities into the community. I mean, it especially with dignity with their own housing and whatnot. But I pretty much covered all that stuff already. But I would say, I wouldn't cave to things that aren't researched. There's a lot of literature saying that the affordable housing is not actually going to, if it affects the neighborhood, it will barely affect it, especially in terms of home values. Fortunately, I didn't get my economic research study into that complete by the time this came up, but I wouldn't cave to legalese that isn't actually law and that are administrative things that can change. There's a lot of data and a lot of stuff out there. Thank you for your giving me time to speak. And I obviously recommend moving forward with the Melwood plan.
Up next, we've got Ben Davanzo, who looks like is remote instead of in person. You're on mute.
Thank you. My name is Ben Davanzo. I live in the Aurora Highlands Civic Association. I support this proposal. The public designation is incorrect. This is a privately held land. Public designation, of course, means publicly owned and used land, and it's used for a private purpose, a great purpose, one that benefits the neighborhood, and certainly affordable housing for people with disabilities benefits the neighborhood. So there's a question of what the designation should be changed to. I am speaking for myself, but I did co-convene the Livability Housing Working Group. We had a set of 2 workshops over 2 weekends where we had 50 of our neighbors come, and I really appreciate that the GLUP study talked about values, because that's how we started our conversation too. The Livability Housing Study Group really came to the conclusion that having more housing in our neighborhood does fit in with our values as neighbors, that we want to welcome new people, that we want to not be a gated community where you can't live here because of your ability or because of your income. This is a 14-minute walk from the metro. It's along several bus lines. So in terms of rezoning, there's a lot of logic to that. 23rd Street is a major thoroughfare with several large churches next door. This site is near commercial. So there's a lot of logic to certainly needing to rezone this, because again, public is incorrect. And also there's been some comments, should we use this for the county? And so I strongly support a new elementary school, a new community center in our neighborhood. Purchasing this plot at a time when the county has a deficit would be unwise. It would cost millions of dollars. So making its use for affordable housing would provide a really great use and a benefit to the neighborhood while supporting our neighbors in Melwood. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is John Acton, followed by Stacy Meyer. John Acton.
Is this virtual or in person?
John Acton, I believe you're joining us virtually. This would be your opportunity to speak.
Okay, we'll circle back one more time for Mr. Acton.
Stacy Meyer.
Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for your time this week. It was lovely talking to all of you. Just want to say that there are errors and omissions in the study, as we talked about, and the study's crafted to support a predetermined conclusion, as we laid out in our comments from the Aurora Highlands Civic Association. The Forestry Commission wasn't even notified. Parks Commission's comments were ignored from Tier 1, and the biophilic separation from the park that was agreed to at the Tier 2 LRPC meeting was omitted. All policy guidance, all policy that speaks to the equitable distribution of affordable housing, the scale of the neighborhood, historic preservation, including the third oldest surviving school, was omitted. The impacted community was not just ignored, but blotted out in favor of special interest and community engagement until we spoke this week. Aurora Highlands is not anti-Melwood. We are not anti-affordable housing. We are not anti-disability services. We voted nearly unanimously to approve an 80,000 square foot envelope, which we shared with you as an example of the, which is half the density of the applicant. It contains enough space for all 30 of the proposed disability units, but also preferably a public use, as we indicated. The envelope example is not included in the study because it only includes the envelope that Melwood wanted. Virginia Affordable Tax Credit Program encourages smaller projects than what is recommended, and we encourage that as well. Finally, the recommendation for low medium use as an island in the single family neighborhood is unprecedented, but the bonus density and the Melwood office makes the project the equivalent of high density mixed use, which occurs only in the major planning corridors and it's not appropriate in this location. Approving this study will have repercussions across the county, and we urge you to reject for every one of our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Camilla McAfee, followed by Ron Pollock.
Good evening. My name is Camilla McAfee. I'm the president and CEO of Wesley Housing, the joint venture partner here with Melwood. As you may know, Wesley is a local nonprofit affordable housing developer, manager, and service provider that currently owns 2,300 units in the Washington, D.C. metro region. As we prepare to celebrate our 50th year of service this year, we find ourselves being both reflective and prospective in our focus. As we look back, we're very proud of the 30 communities in the DC region that we've produced and or preserved in order to promote housing stability and economic mobility opportunities for our more than 3,800 current residents, as well as the thousands others we've touched over our tenure. At the same time, we recognize that our work is not done. The area is still facing a housing supply crisis, not dissimilar from the one our Methodist founders sought to address in the 1970s. So we find ourselves thinking about our continued role in supporting equitable and inclusive affordable housing opportunities in this region and beyond. Facing significant headwinds in land acquisition, construction, and financing costs, we recognize that some of our best opportunities to serve come from joining forces with like-minded community partners who may have access to land and other supportive resources. Unique and special partnerships like this one with Melwood are a key component of the future of addressing the deficit of affordable housing. Wesley has successfully executed on delivering hundreds of units of housing in partnership with similar institutional providers such as faith-based organizations that have a long tenure in their communities. And so therefore we understand the concerns that change may bring and welcome the opportunity to listen and respond to community comments through the forthcoming public processes. We appreciate the Commission's consideration of support for this initial step in advancing the option to build affordable housing and community service uses at the site in order to help the county achieve its affordable housing goals and realize its vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ron Pollock, followed by Ashley Douglas, who's joining us virtually.
Thank you. I wanted to add my voice in support of what Melwood is trying to do and expand its operations. I live in the Aurora Highlands area, so I've had a chance to look at what Melwood is doing. I'm very impressed with it. But as we all know, there really is an affordability crisis that is increasing as rents are going up faster than income. And the federal government's efforts to try to improve on that really is relatively dismal. Section 8 is what provides greatest assistance to people with affordability problems, but only 25% of the people eligible for that assistance are receiving it. So it's critically important that we provide more low-income housing. I want to just say a word. I'm a member of the U.S. Supreme Court Bar. So I went recently, 2 weeks ago, to the oral argument about homelessness and people being subject to incarceration or arrest if they're sleeping outside. And while I was listening intently on the oral argument, I kept on thinking, wouldn't it be a whole lot better if we focused much more on homelessness prevention than homelessness detention? And I think even though it's unclear how many people who would benefit from Melwood's expansion, how many of them might be at risk of being homeless, this really is a significant contribution to help people who really need help. And I think we should search our hearts as I've searched mine. So I urge you to support it.
Thank you. Next, we have Ashley Douglas, who's joining us virtually. Ashley Douglas.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I just want to urge the commission to disregard all the emotional pleas on affordability in a changing neighborhood and really look at the facts that this is a zoning request on one parcel of property to change the entire land use plan in our neighborhood. And that regardless of what the commission decides, there's nothing to prohibit Melwood from immediately selling this property to anyone, including a private equity real estate company that will leverage the maximum opportunities that they can. I would say that for the affordability issue, along with the conversion of the Crystal City apartments, the county has just approved thousands of new apartment units in the Crystal City metro corridor. That was the opportunity and appropriate place to negotiate with the developers on allocating affordable units in a planned apartments in a correct land use area. So I ask you to just try and take the emotion out and look at the facts of we want to change the land use for one piece of property, and that doesn't seem an appropriate change given the nature of the neighborhood. I would just urge you to read the Aurora Highlands Civic Association study that was done, and I strongly object to the GLUP study to move forward. I'm a 20+ year resident of Aurora Highlands and live 4 blocks from the Melwood site. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Marcia Hackley, followed by Juan Vong.
So it's I'm pretty tall. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to support the housing grant, the housing. Even more? Okay. 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 All right. My name is Marcia Hackley. I was born in DC, but our family lives in Arlington, Virginia due to segregation in 1950s. where no woman was able to have her child in Arlington Hospital. Our family lived in the section called Johnson Hill, which is now known as Arlington View. So I am a native Arlingtonian. I grew up married, raised a family, walked, and then divorced. During this time, I did live several different apartments in the area until 2012. In 2020, I had the need to live alone, and I sought affordable housing. Fortunately, the Gillum Place apartments where I live now had been built. And I believe God gave me this opportunity to be blessed and qualify and receive a housing grant from Arlington County. I learned that the Gilliam Place was an alpha property, which I am familiar with, that is both affordable and inclusive of our neighbors with disabilities, which did not bother me at all. I never gave it a second thought. I later learned that the surrounding neighbors in the community had a concern about the impact of the new building would have on schools, traffic, etc., like any neighborhood would have. I reside now there 4 years together and things have worked out in a positive manner as neighbors have welcomed us into the community and the fabric of the Columbia Pike area. We engage with surrounding neighbors through daily walks, garden concerts, trash pickups, and other activities that better the community as a whole. And always suggest that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Juan Vong, followed by Jeffrey Williams.
Spells to communicate. I am Juan Vuong, a 27-year-old non-speaking or unreliably speaking autistic who spells to communicate on a letterboard or keyboard. I have been living at Gilliam Place for the past 4 years with a roommate. I thought I would never move out of my parents' home, but now I have a place to call my own. Thanks to our stomping ground, I have a community with friends and neighbors who acknowledge and care about me, whom I participate in daily activities with. I go on walks in the neighborhood, pick up trash, attend book clubs, dinner clubs, movie nights, etc. with them. I now have a busy schedule and a rich life, thanks to being at Gilliam Place. I have acquired many independent skills since living on my own. I hope that other people with disabilities like me can also have their own place. The realization of the Melwood property, with its affordable and inclusive housing initiative, will benefit so many people, disabled and non-disabled.
Thank you. Next, we have Jeffrey Williams, followed by Andrew Greenwood.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Williams. I'm a 30-year resident of the River House Apartments and a 22202 neighbor. I support Melwood's proposed use of this site for operations on the lower floors and affordable housing on the upper floors. I strongly support the provision of units reserved for residents with disabilities. I have listened to my neighbors' strong objections to changes that increase the height beyond 2 stories. I have a different perspective. My family moved to Arlington in 1963 when I was 10 years old. Our apartment was a 3-bedroom apartment in the Shawnee Apartments in the Penrose neighborhood. Located on South Courthouse Road, this 5-story apartment building is adjacent to a single-family neighborhood and an Arlington County park. For the next 10 years, while I lived here, I attended Fort Myer Elementary, Hoffman Boston Annex, Thomas Jefferson Junior High School, and finally Wakefield High School. Arlington was a great place to grow up. I bicycled all over the county, across the river down into DC. I found employment as a teenager at the Giant Music on Columbia Pike. I benefited from growing up in and residing in a high opportunity community, and I hope that we can expand the number of affordable residences in our neighborhood. I encourage the Planning Commission to accept the GLUP study document to inform and provide guidance for development at this site, and at the appropriate time, advertise a GLUP amendment to low-medium residential as being within the realm of consideration for Parcel A. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Greenwood, followed by Donna Budway.
Good evening. I come to you as a concerned citizen and neighbor that this process thus far has been come across as a rubber stamp and lip service to valid, unanswered, and unaddressed concerns that Stacy alluded to. The GLUB process has served to allow all options without any restrictions on building heights, despite early on of identifying that a smaller project approval would likely not be financially feasible for the previous parties Melwood brought in. Has that changed? Many people, myself included, respects what Melwood does. However, their mission should not be a factor as any other property owner on 23rd Street and any other similarly zoned areas and would allow 6-story buildings 60 feet in the middle of a single family neighborhood, not just on 23rd Street, but in any other area with the same zoning. The plan that changed the zoning does not fit with the area, no matter how close it is to other things. The reality is it is zoned correctly, and a redevelopment by Melwood is most welcome under the current zoning. This change does nothing but cast a shadow on a popular park, creating building out of scale with neighbors and multiple blocks in all directions. If Melwood is keen on creating this project, perhaps the county can trade back for this land that was once a school to a more suitable area where the zoning already allows a tall building and would not be out of place. There is precedent at this site between the county and was what once Linden Resources. We don't need out of place density in an area of the county where 3,000 units have already been planned in National Landing and approved, including housing for low income. In response to the comments, you're right, it has taken a while, and it should, but the time spent so far is minute in comparison for the years this community has existed with the current and appropriate commercial zoning on the street, and that will change this area permanently. While growth is occurring and welcomed only a few blocks away, not across the street in the middle of a neighborhood. We welcome the increased use of this site, but zoning change is a bridge too far. I urge you to pause this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Donna Budway, followed by Ben McGann.
Good evening. My name is Donna Budway, and I am the mother of Emma, a 27-year-old unreliably speaking autistic. Emma's seizures and sometimes very dysregulated and loud. She's also bright, funny, and committed to social justice. She is a good friend and neighbor, but historically people like her have been placed in institutions or group homes throughout the Commonwealth. In her almost 2 decades in Arlington Public Schools, she spent minimal time in an inclusive setting. But in 2019, because of Arlington's commitment to affordable inclusive housing and an incredible new APA property on Columbia Pike, Emma moved into her own apartment. Gilliam Place, a property very much like the proposed Melwood building, is a thriving, inclusive, and affordable community. With 173 units, 14 are now occupied by our friends with disabilities, many of them, like Emma, with high support needs. Our stomping ground, OSG, is a new nonprofit with a mission to build inclusive communities and strengthen neighborhoods. We are excited that Melwood and OSG are partnering to expand the opportunities for people with disabilities and the broader community in Crystal City. Melwood has provided jobs and opportunities for people with disabilities for over 50 years in Arlington and the greater Washington area, and has been a trusted and good neighbor on 23rd Street. Arlington needs more projects like Melwood. They're intentionally inclusive of all residents and that facilitate a live, work, play community using sustainability principles and located throughout our county. As a parent and advocate, I am grateful to live in a county that is working collaboratively with these nonprofits to work to solve these pressing issues for our most vulnerable neighbors and our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Ben McGann, followed by Natasha Atkins.
My name is Benjamin McGann, and I am a 28-year-old autistic who fails to communicate. I live in my own apartment at Gilliam Place in South Arlington, and inclusive and affordable property. I would encourage my neighbors who are skeptical about the proposed Melwood project to keep an open mind about the possibilities ahead. Housing is a human right, and people with disabilities make good neighbors. At my building, the neighbors have welcomed us. I think we have demonstrated what is possible in Arlington. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Good luck, and I can't wait to see what we can build in Crystal City.
Thank you. Next is Natasha Atkins, followed by Nicholas Giacobbe.
Do I need to? Oh, okay. My name's Natasha Atkins. I'm hearing much of this being framed as if you're not with us, you're against us or against us. And that's just not the case. Many of us welcome Melwood's plans for affordable and inclusive housing. And we've heard a lot about how it shouldn't have taken so long to get to where we are. And I would posit that had Melwood followed the playbook of JBG Smith on River House, we might be at a different place. JBG had an initial proposal that prompted a lot of over my dead body reactions. And when they heard that response, JBG set out to engage the community in numerous forums to discuss its preliminary plans. And the result was not only an improved design that incorporated much of the community's input, but also a sense that the developer was trustworthy and respectful of the residents. And that was all before any site plan review. We're not in that situation like that right now. And despite what the applicant has said, our community, the one where the development is happening, has been shut out of any discussions about preliminary plans. We don't like a process that leaves so many unanswered questions about what could be allowed in terms of height and footprint and density. And we've been told without any reason to do so, to just trust us, you can weigh in at the site plan. Meaningful engagement now and a thorough examination of the alternatives to a GLUP change are what we are requesting here. Please vote against the proposal before you.
Thank you. Next is Nicholas Giacobbe, followed by Natalie Roy.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Nick Giacobbe. I live just steps away from the old Nellie Custis School, and I have since 1989. It's a really great neighborhood. I'm here to support Melwood and to encourage you to consider the comments and the alternatives presented by the Aurora Highlands Civic Association to improve this proposal. We welcomed Melwood's predecessors, the Sheltered Occupational Center, and later Linden Resources, who were both very good neighbors. And I wish we had the same relationship with the Melwood team. But unfortunately, you don't get to pick your partners in the world of mergers and acquisitions. Unfortunately, the current Melwood leadership chooses not to meet with their neighbors, even though it is a condition of the 1981 use permit. The current proposal, which the staff wants you and the county board to rubber stamp, is simply too big and out of context. The Crystal City and Pentagon City sector plans talk about tapering down to the Aurora Highlands and Arlington Ridge neighborhoods to give diversity of architecture and housing types in the overall 22202 neighborhood. And diversity is one of those important values that we have here in Arlington County. But when we look at this proposal, there's nothing special about the special GLUP application other than blatant spot zoning. I recommend slowing down, thinking creatively, and working together on a project that includes the adaptive reuse of the existing century-old school and its embodied energy in a way that can be a world-class model for the future. Good projects come from good plans, and collaboration is the key that unlocks them. The Arlington of 2050 deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Natalie Roy, followed by Marjorie Green.
This lower.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Natalie Roy. I'm a 33-year Arlington resident, and I am here to talk about rejecting this study. It's time for the Planning Commission and the Arlington County Board to pause and listen to its own residents. It's time to get back to basics and figure out what is important in Arlington. If tree canopy, open green space, size and scale of buildings, historic preservation, sustainable development, truly affordable housing, livable communities, and quality of life are important priorities, then the Planning Commission should reject this study. If the Planning Commission and the County Board care about an open and transparent process with the neighbors, then this study needs to be rejected. If the Planning Commission and the County Board care about how this special general land use plan change fits in with similar rezoning projects happening around the county, then it needs to pause until the county completes the special GLUP study requested by the County Board in January 2024. In other words, how can a project like this go forward when we do not know how it fits into the county's comprehensive plan and vision for the future? The county says this is about the need for more affordable and equitable housing, even though there is no covenant or promise from the applicant to build affordable or equitable housing, and there's no affordable land use designation, only residential. How does that make sense? The Aurora Highlands Civic Association identified numerous issues with this flawed study and about the flagrant lack of transparency during the process. The majority of the community is opposed. Once again, the county is jamming through density with no guardrails, without community buy-in, and marketing under the pretense of social justice in order to paint opponents in a poor light. Residents should have a voice in this process. It's time to vote no on this study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Marjorie Green, followed by Rachel Hicks.
Good evening. I'm a 20-plus year Arlington resident who's lived in 3 different neighborhoods across the county over the course of my time here. I am deeply concerned about the persisting affordable housing crisis in this county that I love, and I'm here tonight to support the low-medium residential GLUP designation for the Melwood site, along with the necessary rezoning to allow development of the Melwood Wesley housing project. The project, as envisioned, is both appropriate and desirable in the context of adjacent property uses, the county's affordable housing goals, access to multimodal transportation, and Arlington's commitment to live up to its vision for a diverse, inclusive community. The land use and zoning changes will facilitate use of a critical tool for a jurisdiction like Arlington with sky-high housing costs. That's co-locating affordable housing with public or nonprofit uses. We have successful examples already in Arlington. Given the involvement of respected organizations like Melwood, Wesley Housing, and our Stomping Ground, the surrounding community can expect that its new neighbors will work to fit in well and ultimately help the neighborhood to thrive. Please approve the necessary steps to enable this vision to become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rachel Hicks, followed by Brian Coleman, who I believe is joining us virtually.
Good evening. Are you listening? Thank you. My name is Rachel Hicks. I'm the Aurora Highlands Civic Association president. We've sent numerous letters, and many of you have met with us personally, and we deeply appreciate your time. We've yet to receive any official correspondence or feedback. We would like to recognize those of the staff who have taken their personal time to meet with us. We would also like to express our concern that for the first time tonight, we've learned that our Stomping Ground will be involved in this project. We've learned that it'll be a work, live, play community. We didn't know that work opportunities were available at this site. Melwood currently only offers a certification program that lasts 12 weeks at this site. This is an example of how out of the dark we are in this process. We've sent letters asking about, will this community have wraparound services? No one has answered. We've sent letters asking about, will these units be ADA accessible? No one has answered. We would like to learn more, and we've been left in the dark. We also would like to reiterate that Livability 22202 has actually called for there to be a cease to the affordable housing in the 22202 area. I quote from the 2023 priorities: because of the extraordinary success in delivering affordable housing units of all kind in the last few years, the community feels it is time to prioritize infrastructure needs for current and future residents. This is why we would like the zoning to remain public. Currently, we are in need of a separate library and community center. Ours are combined. We're desperately in need of a school. Our students are in trailers. The very students who will be in the affordable housing units at Crystal House and throughout Aurora Highlands, which has over 1,000 affordable units. Those very individuals will be walking past what could have been a great school, community center, or library to meet their needs. This is not about inclusion. We want to be inclusive. This is about good planning and good community services. Thank you for your time. Oh, and I'd
Thank
like,
you. Next up, we have Brian Coleman,
Our
followed
stopping-
by Pamela Van Hine.
our stomping ground is also 2 blocks away.
Brian Coleman, he's joining us online.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Coleman. I'm a transportation commissioner, and I'm speaking in favor of passing the change to GLUP plan as soon as possible. Everyone knows Arlington is facing a shortage of affordable housing, and finding an affordable place to live independently in Northern Virginia region is even more difficult for people with disabilities. In the metro area, almost half of renters are housing cost burden, and people with disabilities who are more likely to be unemployed or underemployed often spend more than 50% of their income on housing. Proposed club changes to Melwood site would serve both ends and are in line with the county's established practice of working with institutional partners eager to redevelop their land to achieve public purposes, especially affordable housing. The Melwood plan not only intends on redeveloping the building to add approximately 100 units of committed affordable housing, with about 25% set aside for residents with disabilities, but they'll also be partnering with Our Stomping Ground, which is another nonprofit that provides on-site support for adults with severe disabilities to be able to live independently in the community. Moreover, with the building height of 60 feet, there would be no change to the adjacent Nellie Custis Park, and the open space in the beloved tree on 23rd Street South will be undisturbed. Furthermore, the Melwood Workforce Training Program would remain in the new building, which allows us to alleviate the shortage of affordable housing and further the goal of livability 22202, the action plan of providing a balanced diversity of housing types from single family homes to townhomes, condominiums, and apartments. Arlington needs more projects like Melwood that are intentionally inclusive of all residents and facilitate a live, work, play community using sustainability principles and located throughout our county. And I hope that you'll move to approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Pamela Van Hine, followed by John Acton, and that'll conclude our individual public speakers, but then we'll still have an organization.
Good. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Thank you, planning commissioners and staff, for your hard work and for providing this opportunity tonight to speak about the special GLUP. I'm Pamela Van Hine, a 39-year resident of Aurora Highlands and a pedestrian advocate. These are my personal comments. ACA recommended rejecting the Melwood GLUP study in their May 3rd letter to you, but not all Aurora Highlands residents share the ACA position. I support the Melwood Special GLUP project, the staff study document, and the acceptance of the Melwood Special GLUP plan study document and request to advertise future public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board for this project. I hope that this study does move forward. The opportunity to provide additional convenient, accessible, affordable housing, especially for those with neurodivergent impairments, should not be missed. I believe in the Arlington way. The careful evaluation of proposals by planning commissioners and other LRPC SPRC members, and that any needed protective safeguards will be addressed and appropriate language inserted in the final documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Acton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is John Acton. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you. I am a 35-year resident of Arlington, Virginia. My son is on Social Security disability, and we're starting to look for a place where he can live permanently. and I'm hoping that there will be many affordable housing areas where he can live. Arlington is so unaffordable that any increase in the quantity will be welcome, and I just hope that you will approve this project and let it move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have John Musso on behalf of the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. And that's our final speaker.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I am John Musso, the Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and on behalf of the Arlington Chamber, I wish to express our support for this redevelopment project and ask that you all please vote to recommend the adoption of the GLUP document and also vote to advertise hearings for the ultimate site plan review. The Chamber has been a supporter of this project ever since it was first applied for back in December of 2021. We view that the ultimate long-term achievements of this redevelopment would greatly positively impact both the Aurora Highlands neighborhood and Arlington as a whole. As noted by previous speakers, Arlington and Northern Virginia do very much face a shortage of housing at all income levels, and we were very happy to see the inclusion of more than 100 affordable residential units to be included in this project, in addition to a revitalized and modernized facility for Melwood to continue to provide these important professional and personal opportunities for people with disabilities. So thank you very much for your time, and we really strongly urge you all to please support the items that are before you today and continue to support this project as it moves ahead to its final adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, we didn't know if we'd get there, but that's all our public speakers. In terms of are there any commissions that are to be heard?
No.
No commission speakers? Okay. So I believe this was heard by LRPC. So I'm going to turn to Jim Lantelmi for a report. Was there, Transportation Commission did not hear this. Okay, so it's just LRPC. So let's have a report, Mr. Commissioner Lantelmi. Thank you.
Thank you. As has already been said, the applicant, the nonprofit Melwood Horticultural Training Center, is looking to redevelop its 2-parcel site to accommodate its program and add 104 affordable housing units that will include units for the disabled. It includes the former Nellie Custis School that, as said, was built in 1923 and was sold to Melwood by the county in the 1980s. This site retained its general land use plan GLUP designation of public after that sale, but it's zoned C1 and zoned R6. The county and APS, Arlington Public Schools, have no interest in repurchasing this property, nor is Melwood looking to sell. And the building is not on the county's historic resources inventory. Melwood is asking that the GLUP designation of parcel A, remember there's 2 parcels here, to be changed for the GLUP designation to be changed to low medium residential, which would then allow a zoning change to RA 818. The adjoining parcel B would remain public as part of the Nellie Custis Park. The surrounding designation is low residential 1 to 10 unit per acre, except for the full block to the west, which is semi-public. The applicant would also seek a special use permit to allow it to continue its community service functions in an RA 818 zone. We already went through the guiding principles. Staff ably put that forward. I'll note that the Aurora Highlands Civic Association was an active member of the LRPC and made submissions to the LRPC record that documents its objections to the proposed GLUP change. The objections that are relevant to the LRPC process include heightened density, where ACA wants a 35-foot cap, setbacks from the park, limit the number of residential units because ACA would limit the size of the building to approximately 80,000 square feet, and issues of transit access. Other members of the LRPC were generally supportive of the application. Based on LRPC discussion and community process feedback, staff is recommending as its policy guidance for the site that the contemplated change to the GLUP is within the realm of possibility. It's also recommending that the change would be subject to the following guiding conditions in any SBRC process. And the staff memo has much more detail to these recommendations that I'm going to go through. The policy guidance would cap the height at 60 feet with setbacks tapering down to approximately 2 to 3 stories toward the neighboring park to the south. South Grant Street to the east and 23rd Street South to the north. The greatest building height should be focused toward the middle of the site with the building design along 23rd Street South and South Grant Street that fosters a pedestrian-friendly streetscape through its use of design features such as architectural treatments and adequate landscaping. Another guideline would be the circulation and parking impacts will be mitigated. The site should be designed to allow for open space and the greatest extent of tree conservation possible. Affordable housing should be provided as noted in the staff document. The historic facade should be considered for preservation and interpretation, and stormwater impacts should be mitigated. The staff memo also notes that should additional property owners in Aurora Highlands seek special glove studies, an area plan process be considered. LRPC discussion, which will also be our topics for discussion tonight, will the proposed GLUP designation change and the rezoning allow the proposed long-range uses? Is the proposed heightened density appropriate for this site? How will existing trees and green spaces be considered, and what will be the effect on the park? Should the property change ownership, will the policy guidance in the staff report still be applicable? Transit accessibility, and any other topics raised by those of the dais. I have, of course, the proposed motion, and I will also be raising an additional motion about having a larger area study should any further property owners be seeking a special glove study, moving toward having an area study rather than simply an individual property. Anyway, that pretty much summarizes the LRPC process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. With regards to the topics that you went through, I believe those are also outlined in your report. Some of them are more questions than specific topics, but we'll take them as they were. So what I have in terms of topics, in addition to what Commissioner Lantelmi laid out, which again, always a reminder is proposed GLUP designation change and rezoning, what will allow the proposed long-range uses, is proposed height and density appropriate for the site. So we'll cover that kind of on form and height and density. Trees and green space, effect on the park, and ownership changes on the site. I also have, I believe you also mentioned transit just now, which is an additional topic. I also had the discussion of the local historic district. I think that merits its own discussion. Did anyone have any other topics to consider? Yes, Commissioner Begley.
Process.
Okay, I'm going to put with that, I had as a topic communication, so I think communication and process will go together. Any other topics?
Historic preservation.
We have that with the local historic district. Do you want it to be a different topic? Okay, then we'll cover historic preservation there.
I think I would like to add to the process. I just want to talk about the special GLUP process. So I guess I'll stick with process.
Okay, so I'm not hearing a new topic.
Well,
Commissioner Charlie, I'm not hearing a new topic. We're going to stick out the process. Thank you. Commissioner Steiner.
Do we have one for the mix of apartment types? Which ones will be available for people with disabilities and which ones are just generally affordable?
I'm wondering if that's premature as we're not at a site plan point yet. I think that topic is premature.
Okay.
Any other topics? I'm just whacking things down. Okay, let's get into it. So the first item we have with regards to is Commissioner Lantelmi's suggestions is, will the proposed GLUP designation change and rezoning allow the proposed long-range uses? Commissioner Lantelmi, do you wish to be heard on that topic? Is that a question for anyone?
It was more for a discussion. I'm satisfied that this proposed zoning would, both the GLUP change and the follow-on zoning would enable this project to go forward. In fact, I'm not even sure that the project being recommended, that what the applicant is looking for would even fill everything that's being otherwise allowed. I'm not sure that they're even looking for the height that we'd otherwise allow. But we can ask staff about that.
Okay, do you have a question for us?
No, I don't have a question. I'm
Okay.
saying I'm satisfied with this. I think it's
Okay, would anyone else like to be heard on the question of will the proposed GLUP designation change and rezoning allow the proposed long-range uses? That's more of a question than a topic, so I think we'll move forward.
I'd like to hear the answer to the question that Commissioner Tell just posited, what is the maximum allowable height, all things being equal?
60 feet. That's what they're recommending, 60 feet.
With no setbacks or?
No, with the setbacks. Staff, could you repeat that for us? Thank you.
So we are recommending that there is no height above 60 feet and that the 60 feet should be located in the center of the site and that there should be step downs to approximately 2 to 3 stories on the 3 of the frontages, the park, 23rd Street and South France Street.
So do we have a horizontal dimension to that center and then the step back? Like, are we talking about the 10 feet setback on the park side? Are we talking about 35 feet?
So there's actually quite a bit of text in the study document talking about different setback options, but it's at a higher level because this is a general land use plan, high level land use study. And there was very clear conversation at the LRPC meeting that the LRPC recommended leaving open some of those discussions regarding the exact appropriate setback to the SPRC process. So one idea would be to potentially have more of a setback in the area towards the South Grant Street frontage on 23rd Street where there's the existing mature trees, et cetera, and then maybe having more of an urban edge as you're moving west towards where there is currently the surface parking lot, and then you're approaching the I believe it is 1-story commercial buildings towards South Hayes Street. So the study document speaks to different options, but we were very clear at LRPC that there are different things that need to be weighed and that some of the more fine-grained detail should be left to the SPRC discussions.
Thank you. I might have missed that LPRC.
Well, yeah, we did go through various possibilities for height, width, setback. You can squish it, move it. There's a lot of different ways to get to the square footage that's being looked at.
All right.
And that would go to SPRC.
Perfect. Thank you. I guess just by way of process comment, quick one.
No,
we're not there.
No, I know, but it's a height relation.
We're not on height.
We are massing. So it's a little bit of like the chicken and egg thing. Like, we can't talk about this here, but then by the time it gets to SPRC, it's kind of half baked. So, and I don't know that there's a solution that we can come up with, but it's just something that I'd love for us to think about as we go forward with these special GLUP processes and where, the specificity comes in. Thanks.
Okay, I believe Commissioner Patel wished to be recognized, and then we're going to go to Commissioner Peterson, then we're going to go to Commissioner Weir. Just as a reminder, we are, as far as I knew, talking about the proposed GLUP designation and rezoning, which does encompass the public designation of the site. Just for clarification, I believe some of the questions are going to be on that.
Thank you. I think we've received a lot of comments about the term public service and whether the applicant's use of the property qualifies under the term public service. I just would love to be, community service, excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Bagley, for clarifying my language here. So would staff mind just publicly addressing that for us?
So right now the site is designated public, but the site has not been owned by the county since the 1980s, and there is no guidance in our comprehensive plan in terms of the general land use plan or the public spaces master plan calling for this area to remain public or to become public once again. We have no plans to acquire this site. It's not in the public spaces master plan to expand the park, which was recently renovated in 2019. So this the current designation is not consistent with the current zoning and or current ownership and current use. And then in terms of community service uses, I believe there would need to be a use permit I believe there is one now for the Melwood operations, and there would need to be another use permit should there be a community service use on this site.
So is that going to contemplate further amendments? I'm sorry, may I just, thank you. Is that going to contemplate further amendments to the ACZO or other planning documents to ensure that we are addressing this issue?
So we are recommending a general land use plan amendment to low medium residential. We're not recommending at this juncture any more specific designations and asterisks or anything on the general land use plan specifying a specific use. We're just saying that low medium residential is something that we recommend that the county board consider as being potentially appropriate for this area should there be at a future date an appropriate site plan applications. So we're not, no changes are made to the general land use plan as part of this process. We're just saying, staff is just saying that we believe that low medium residential is in the realm of consideration. And so there are no changes made at this juncture and there are no rezonings made at this juncture. That would potentially occur should there be an appropriate site plan. At that juncture, if there was an appropriate site plan, there could potentially be a GLUP amendment and a rezoning. And that would come as a package for your evaluation.
Following up on Commissioner Patel's, I think maybe what you're trying to ask is that with regards to it being a community service designation, are you saying that that would not happen at this point in time? That needs to be considered for the future? We're just, I think the question before us is, or part of the question is, what does the community service designation, when does that come into play and how does that affect, or what does that have to do with Melwood's operations?
Yeah.
We're not saying that there should be a community service use designation on this. We're saying that low medium residential is an appropriate use. I think the applicant's indicating an interest in speaking, but I believe they have a use permit for their current Melwood operations, and that if they were to put the Melwood operations in, let's say, a new building in the future that you all approve by site plan, that I believe they would need another use permit for that community service use.
Okay, so currently the use permit that Melwood has for community service purposes as a use permit that meshes with what they're currently doing. So the county's position is that what Melwood does at this site meets the definition of community service.
Yes.
Yes, council.
That's the question. Okay, so the answer is yes. Okay, applicant, I believe you wanted to be heard on that? Yes.
Yes, that's what I.
Yes, the answer. Okay, you wanted to say the word yes. Okay, that's also allowed. All right, I cut off my own commissioners, which is bad form, so I apologize. I believe we had gone to Commissioner Peterson and then Commissioner Weir for that. Thank you.
I will defer to Commissioner Weir for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. I think for staff, I have a question, maybe help me with my arithmetic. My understanding is that RA 818, which is the zoning designation that the applicant is seeking and intends to seek, allows for, under site plan, allows up to 36 units per acre plus 25% affordable housing bonus. I also understand the applicant to be seeking to construct 104 units, and I am having difficulty finding a provision of the zoning ordinance that would square those numbers. Could you point me to what I am missing?
So the 25% affordable housing would be a minimum, but additional affordable housing can always be provided. So RA 818 provides for, is generally associated with 36 units per acre, but additional density and stories could be approved. However, we're recommending in our study document, because we don't feel that height above 60 feet is appropriate here, we're recommending that there be no height above 60 feet on this site.
RA 818 has a units per acre cap to it, right? And what I'm not understanding is how we would not be foreclosing on the applicant seeking 104 units under the zoning districts Well, under RA 18 specifically, but also generally under the zoning districts that are identified under low, medium residential.
By site plan, they could seek a, additional density.
But, so you just said 25 is a floor. The text in the GLUP study says that 25% says up to 25% bonus density.
Be in addition to, so whenever there is a GLUP amendment, we typically request that there be an affordable housing contribution associated with that GLUP amendment, and then this would be in addition to that. So above the base.
Okay.
That's very confusing. That might have been something could have been better explained in the report.
Yeah, I have a sense that this is that the actual arithmetic is more for the SPRC process, but I have a sense that I'm going to need a lot more help with the arithmetic in the SPRC process.
Is your question specifically geared towards what this special GLUB study document specifies as the maximum density?
My question is I don't know how the applicant gets to 104. And maybe the answer is we'll get through that arithmetic. Maybe the answer is the applicant is confident that they can, and we'll get through that arithmetic in the SPRC process. I don't think that this is the is the time or place for the specific number. I'm just not I just don't know how to square I don't know how to square that number with what.
So
if I may,
before Kelly gets going, what this document does is actually shift the conversation away from a density in a unit per acre or FAR conversation. And what it does is essentially establish a form-driven environment where we've set the cap within the property on the inside at 60 feet, with edges both along 23rd and the two other edges that step down to 2 or 3 stories. So we've established a building envelope that can be filled. What this doesn't get into, nor was ever intended to back into, is 104 units. It simply reflects the feedback we received during the effort with both LRPC meetings about what is appropriate for this particular location. Whether or not 104 units could be fit within that envelope, that's to be determined.
I guess the question is going to end up being, what fits within RA818, RA818, but
this is algebra. You said find for X. You've given, this is what you need, the end result needs to fit within this model of whatever, and the applicant's going to have to find X to make X equal what you've said the end result can be.
Okay, so the applicant is proposing a project that they would like to build, and they have a partner through Wesley Housing to develop this as an affordable housing project. That's their proposal. Our recommendations are for low medium residential, which could be consistent with the rezoning to RA 818. With that tool, there are expectations for a minimum amount of affordable housing. I believe you said 25%. And then we also expect a 20% contribution with any GLUP amendment. So that just sets the parameters, given the potential that this could be a GLUP amendment requested by anybody. As we've talked about, right? Melwood doesn't necessarily have to keep this property. They could sell to somebody else. So the study document just lays out expectations for this project in any, under any property owner, that there would be a minimum amount of affordability.
So you're taking us to the ownership of the site question, which I had as a separate agenda item, but since you walked us all the way there, I'm going to allow it. Also, I'm going to ask the question. Are you saying that if the property is sold, if Melwood sells, then whoever might purchase the property is also subject to having to provide 25% affordable units?
The recommendations coming out of this study are that a low medium residential designation could be appropriate. And if that comes with a site plan application for a GLUP amendment and a rezoning to RA 818, that application would be reviewed under the guidance of the study document. And so the expectations in the study document would apply to anyone.
Which includes the expectation for X percentage of affordable housing.
A minimum, yes, that's correct.
Minimum of 25% affordable housing. So should the property be sold? No, Melwood is telling you're wrong. Applicant.
I thought you were speaking to, how are we getting above what you would think at
Yes.
36
We were,
units?
but then they also talked about the ownership question. So I think both questions are on the floor now.
Okay, there are provisions in section 15.5.9 that allow with 100% affordable housing project to get additional height and density.
Thank you.
There are different rules if you're not 100% affordable. There are different rules that apply. We intend to be 100% affordable within the context of that LIHTC proposal, which will allow us to get to where we need to be.
So then I guess, and that answers the question I think that Daniel and several of us had about how the RA 18 limitation, I guess let's call it, would have on this particular site outside of what you guys are talking about in terms of the building envelope. But then going to Commissioner Steinberger's question, if Melwood would then sell this particular unit and had built it to include 104 units and got it through this provision about making 100% affordable units, that's a different question down the road as to what that looks like thereafter for that owner, correct?
And
that would be a different conversation we're having at that point because it's already committed affordable units because that's what they're building at 100% to get to 104 units.
If you could just restate your question, I think I would appreciate that. That way
I think
can
we
make
are
sure I'm
going.
answering it.
If I
Okay.
might, yeah, I think if you're a market rate developer, as I understand it through provisions within 15.5.9, you can get bonus density, 25% within RA 818, but you have to stay within the height limit. You can't go above 60 feet.
Right.
What staff is saying in this instance, since we are 100% affordable, we could take advantage of more height than 60 feet, more density. But because of this GLUP process that we have been through, there has been a form limitation based on feedback from the community where staff and members of the LRPC and others, some don't agree, that there could be a variation in height, and it says somewhere from 45 to 60 feet, but not to exceed 60 feet, to give the comfort level that we cannot come in and go, well, we're all affordable. Can we have 100 feet?
I don't think that that's the issue for us. I don't think that the issue right now for us is going over 60 feet. I think the question, Daniel's question was, how do we even get to 104 under the RA 18?
Yeah.
You've explained that under the other provision that says if you are at 100%, we get to maximize and get to 104. But then Sarah's question went to something different. And I think that question may be a little bit further down the road, because if they were to build them all out, they're section 15.
No, I understand. I think there's two ownership questions. The one is if the site is sold before it's developed, and you've answered that question with regards to if you're not going to be developing as 100% affordable, then there's different limitations on what the site could do. But in any case, because of the GLUP process, we're not going to be looking at more than 60 feet on the site, period. So even if you could conceptually do more than that, because you as a developer would be 100% affordable and some other developer might not be, nobody can go above 60 feet because that's not what the GLUP change before us is saying. So I'm satisfied. The other question with regards to ownership is if the property were sold down the line after it's already built, but that's a conversation that I don't think would come to the planning commission. So I'm not going to worry about that. I do have a question, recognizing myself. Have a question with regards to the public designation. Is that designation something that should have changed 30 years ago when the property was sold? 40 years ago when the property was sold?
Absolutely.
So this was an oversight. So we're correcting an oversight at this point.
I wouldn't call it an oversight, but there was not a decision made at that juncture to change the GLUP designation. But as soon as the property was sold to a private entity, it was no longer appropriate to call it public.
Okay, so this is to a point, a correction on something that should have happened a long time ago. There's not, I think we've heard consistently this evening that the county does not have plans to repurchase that land. The public designation does not encourage or just that is not a factor in the county having plans for that land, to purchase it back. That's just
correct.
Fixing something that should have, okay.
Except for parcel B, just to be clear. So parcel
I
B.
was speaking of parcel A in that comment. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is why we went past tier 1 for that very reason, that it was pretty clear that the public GLUP designation was simply not appropriate for this site, even as it existed today, which meant the threshold for tier 1.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe Commissioner Peterson has been trying to ask a question for a while now, so we'll go to Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. Well, first, I just wanted to point out in the study documents guiding principles, one of them is to prioritize affordable, accessible, and equitable housing with redevelopment. So if this project was sold to somebody else who wasn't going to do affordable housing with it, if it came to Planning Commission, we could say, well, this doesn't adhere to the study document, so therefore we don't approve it. So I think that's an option.
That's exactly right. And that's what gives me a lot more comfort about this is the guidelines that are being set out in the staff memo and which will then be part of the GLUP booklet. Those guidelines will apply regardless of who owns this property.
And then I also had a question to just get back into the math. Commissioner Weir was talking about the zoning and how there would be a limit of 36 units and then the 25% bonus. I have a question about the GLUP designation. Low to medium residential is 16 to 36 units per acre. So the site is 1.89 acres. So that would be 68 units, not 104. So just wondering about that calculation.
So the range of density on the general land use plan is general, and there is no cap per se. The land use plan is just a general vision. So it's really the zoning that is legally binding, and that would have implications for how many units could be achieved on site. There is no cap per se, again, with our 818 of 36 units per acre. So with affordable housing, et cetera, you could get additional units. As most of your site plans, you can get additional units. I'm thinking of Fort Myer Heights North, for instance, where we have 3.24 FAR is the maximum, and yet some projects are able to achieve more than that. So for various ways through bonus density, et cetera. It is not up for us as part of the special general land use plan to figure out how someone might achieve all those units or not. I think Matt said it very well when he said this is really more form driven, and that's what we did, for instance, with the Sunrise Special General Land Use Plan study. We talked about what is the appropriate height, what is the appropriate land use, what are the appropriate general setbacks, what are the appropriate tapers, and then that's creating the form and those parameters.
Well, my question wasn't about the zoning, it was about the GLUP designation. So it sounds like the GLUP designation is it's not restrictive at all. It's just general guiding principles. So, but that was a separate thing.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Brown had alluded to an expectation, sorry, you're not at the table now, but you alluded to an expectation of a contribution of affordable housing around, I think, 20%, you said, when there is a GLUP redesignation. Can you just walk us through where that expectation lives?
Yes, and for the record, my name is Kelly Brown. I'm in the comprehensive planning group. That provision is in the zoning ordinance, actually.
Okay.
There's an expectation for a 20% contribution whenever there is a GLUP amendment.
Okay. And I think I understood that, and I remember this coming up during Plan Langston Boulevard, and why we weren't seeing more, maybe affordable housing on the corridor, and how that would play out. So I appreciate that. A comment as this moves forward to the county board. I think this is a very comprehensive report, and obviously the study, but it feels like there would be a consensus, at least among the Planning Commission, that communication about how this works would probably be, it would be good to rethink that, for our neighbors and for folks who care about this. We have a lot of neighbors who've come out tonight, and I think even among us, we're kind of confused how this works. So I think your explanations make a lot of sense now that we've walked through them, but if we can just think about a way before this goes to the county board to kind of message this in a way that makes more sense. I understand that some of this is really site plan process driven, but I think that's a designation without a difference for some of the folks who really care about this project. And so it's just a kind of a communications question. That's it. Thanks.
I had a quick factual question. So I know that they do voting on that site. Is that correct? That they use the site as a polling place?
Yeah.
Would Melwood be amenable to still having that function there, or has staff envisioned an alternative site? That seems like a critical use.
Yes, SPRC.
All right.
Can I make a quick clarification on the answer I provided earlier to Mr. Berkey? So our policy is 20%. The zoning ordinance only indicates that there is an expectation for a contribution to affordable housing for a GLUP amendment. And that is why we have 20% specifically included in the study document.
That's what I was trying to clarify. It's 15.5.8 speaks to some affordable housing with the GLUP amendment. The county's policy has determined the desired percentage.
Okay, so we're going to move. No. I'm sorry. Okay, really quick.
There may be, I may have to leave the meeting early, and so this is going to be a wrap-up comment, but I don't know that I'll be able to make it. And it seems to me that what we have here is a situation where there's a lot of details to be worked out in the SPRC process, and there are some potential real limitations to what the ZO allows, but it also seems like we have an applicant who is comfortable accepting the risk that what they want to do may or may not pan out. And as long as the applicant is comfortable accepting the risk that the details don't work out, I'm comfortable not having all of those arithmetical numbers fall into place tonight. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, I'm indulging no more. Green space. Would anyone like to be heard on green space? This would also be the opportunity to talk about the park, what's going to happen with the park. Commissioner Lynn, tell me.
With the park, I just want to note that some people mentioned concerns about shade. Well, the park is to the south of the site. There will be no shadows regardless of the height of this building. There just won't be shadows. Massing is an issue, of course. You have to look at the building, but it will not be causing shadows on this park.
Anyone else looking to be heard on green space? Okay, so I have a question with regards to parcel B, and I think this falls the most appropriate in this section. What, if anything, could the park be redeveloped as by right now? Anything? Or it's only a park, it has to be a park, there is no development potential?
It's already part of the park through a public access easement, and it is envisioned to remain as part of that park. And the park was just very recently redone in, I believe, 2019. So there are no plans to change the park designation. That's in the public spaces master plan, and there are no plans to expand the park. So it would remain, it is and will remain a portion of Nellie Custis Park.
Okay, so that as currently designated and without any change to designation, it is a park, will always be a park.
Regardless of whatever GLUP designation it is, through the public access easement, it is a part of the park. But that's why we're not in favor, staff is not in favor of changing the designation from public to something else, low, medium residential as the applicant is requesting, because we think that that public is another way of signaling that it's part of that park and should remain a part of that park.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Steinberg.
Yes.
Just to clarify on that, we did ask for a GLUP amendment from the public use to the low medium designation. As staff said, they wanted to stay public. I just wanted to make sure we understand that per the terms of the exchange agreement with the county, when the property was exchanged, there is an easement that requires that area to remain park and public open space. However, it does not preclude the owner from utilizing the parcel for purposes of determining density, floor area ratios, setbacks, et cetera, in relationship to development of the property. So I just wanted to clarify that though we are okay with it staying public, we will be taking advantage of the entire site area per the agreement with the county in 1981 as part of our redevelopment.
This is the discussion in the staff report with regards to transfer of density rights, development rights. That's what that is getting at. Okay. understood. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. And that's still entirely possible without any change in GLUP designation to
Correct.
to the parcel B?
That could be correct.
Okay. I appreciate that. So since I'm already talking, one item that I did have the opportunity to walk the site recently when I was in Aurora Highlands. And I was very struck by some of the very long-standing trees on the site and some of the natural growth we have there. I think that's something that a lot of folks appreciate about the site, and I think it's something that there's a strong interest in preserving. And if we're talking about how we're preserving green space, and I understand that's one of the stated goals of the GLUP process, that was, one of our, defining principles. I think we need to have a serious consideration for how the site can be redeveloped so as we're not losing 100-something-year-old trees. I'm not an arborist. I don't know how old the trees are, but they're real big. And I think that it would be a shame to lose elements of that to the site. And so that's something I think, we've heard from the community. And I think that's something that, this commission has often had, animated discussion on how we, can preserve, what we can do on a site to preserve, existing greenery. Sorry, I have a toddler, constant germs. That's something I think we need, needs to be part of the future discussion and something that I would expect. Who is tapping? Thank you. That is something that I expect. I think the community would value if Melwood would take that into serious consideration, in the redevelopment process. And your partner, Wesley. So thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on green space? Historic Preservation, Nellie Custis School. Commissioner Patel, I know you want to be heard on this.
I do, thank you. So with regard to the special GLUP and its intersection with the designation or potential designation of the Nellie Custis School, I just want to ask whether we can anticipate any, I'm just going to use the word complication, but just where that interplay is if we were to ultimately obtain historic designation for that school. What will be the impact here and what we are proposing with regard to Melwood and Wesley's venture?
So these are two very separate processes, and the special general land use plan study focuses on what the overarching high-level land use vision should be for this area. So that is something that we do without regard to specific easements, covenants, deeds, etc. That is something that needs to be dealt with by interested property owners, and that is for the site plan review or, development approval process. All throughout the county, we have houses, buildings, etc., that have easements or deeds or covenants. I'm sure you've come across some with, some recent discussions that there are covenants on certain properties. That is something that's completely separate from us looking at what should the land use be for this area. I cannot opine on what, none of us, I think, can determine what the HLRB will decide with regards to that local historic district nomination. That is, I believe, 90 days before the hearing would be heard. And then it will come to, I believe, all of you and the county board. So we can't say at this juncture that it would become a local historic district or it wouldn't. At this point, the historic preservation staff is worked with us closely on this document, the study document, and they're recommending potential preservation of the facade in situ or in a different location on site and or interpretation of that facade.
So Council, can I just ask you what you guys are, if you feel comfortable at this point, even sharing with us what your thoughts are on?
What I would share with you is that it's not currently on the HRI. It's not within a historic preservation overlay district. We've seen this before when a property has come forward for redevelopment, when it gets nominated as a means of trying to preserve something which would also limit the development. Typically, the property owner should be part of that and should be agreeable to that. We have traceries on board who are looking at the history of this site. We are aware of the history of the site and the importance of incorporating that history. But there are a variety of means of doing that, which would not require preservation of the building. So we do have traceries looking at that. As we move forward, I'm sure we'll be discussing it more because a nomination has been put forth. But I would say in the past, the owner has had to be part of that nomination to want their property to be designated. But there's a whole process for that, and we will participate in it.
Okay, thank you.
Following up on that, I don't believe that there is any requirement that the owner be the one to seek designation as local historic district. I
No,
served on the HLRB. That was
Sorry,
not my experience.
I did not mean to say that. No.
Okay. 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 Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Quick plug-in for the embodied energy preservation. So as much as we can preserve any structures, you know, you're always preserving both the historic aspect and there's just the embodied energy and the trees. Frankly, there's a lot of disturbance that's going to take place with construction. So if you're preserving a structure, you're also preserving disturbance. I apologize for going out of turn on that one, but yeah, I think that's my biggest concern is the height and the contextuality of this structure. Commissioner Weir had some interesting points relative to the math, which I myself continue to struggle with. I just am very concerned with the massing and how this massing relates contextually. I think there's some possibility there. I'm not completely opposed to it, but I think, you know, and this goes to the process question, which I will hold, but that's it.
Yeah, I'd like to know how the 60 feet number was sort of come to. Is it like a restriction in the code, or is it just mixing with the community feedback, a mixture of both?
We did three-dimensional modeling as a part of the study. So we looked at different height options. We looked at the existing conditions around 35 feet. We looked at 45 feet and we looked at 60 feet. And with tapering down fairly dramatically to 2 to 3 stories on 3 frontages, we felt that up to 60 feet could potentially be appropriate. Okay. With that taper and setbacks on the 3 sides, as a pedestrian, it would really feel like a 2 to 3 story experience, which is what would be consistent with everything in, close proximity on that block. But then it could allow for maybe some additional height towards the center of the site where it would be further away from where the pedestrians would be, further away from the park, et cetera. And again, as Commissioner Lantelli mentioned, the angles of the sun, et cetera, no shadows are going to be cast on that park anyway. They're going towards the front of the building anyway. So we felt that that was potentially appropriate to achieve some of the other goals on site. We had talked about would a lower height and then potentially occupying greater percentage of the site be appropriate? And then we felt because of some of the things that we just discussed in terms of the trees, the green space, potential historic preservation of the facade, that actually having a more compact footprint and allowing for a little bit additional height was more appropriate to achieve some of the other goals within those 5 guiding principles.
Yeah, because it kind of strikes me that the structure of it, it's similar to the church that's directly across the street, where it has the one really tall bit that gets up to 60 feet and the rest of it is kind of shorter. Is that kind of did that go into the sort of appropriate sort of conversations?
Yeah, I think it's always a trade-off between footprint size and height. And so we felt that because of the priorities listed through the other guiding principles, that having that step down to 2 to 3 stories on the frontages, but then potentially allowing up to a certain height in the center of the site would be an appropriate trade-off to allow for maybe more green space on the front, et cetera.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anything else on height and density? Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 3D modeling that you did on page 23 of the study document. And earlier in the report, you talked about like step downs to like a second and third floor for the pedestrian experience. But in this model along 23rd Street, it looks like it goes up to the 5 flights for the 5 stories. So I don't know if it's just because it hasn't, I'm only seeing one side, and actually there was a design, a thought that there would be a.
So I think you'll see in the study document that those were the 3-dimensional models that were shown during the LRPC process.
Mm-hmm.
And then, after receiving input during the LRPC process and from the community and all these comments that I referred to earlier, then we refined our recommendations. And that's where you see, starting on page 25, you have the recommendations. So the previous portions of the report were really more documenting the steps we took during the study process to elicit feedback. And then that feedback we took into consideration. And then here you can see, starting on page 25, we have the refined guiding principles. We added one, we refined them based on input. And then we did not actually create another model, but we spoke to in great depth. For instance, on page 27, we have a whole series of bullets on building height and design. So you are correct that that is a previous and older model, and it did not reflect all that tapering that we just talked about.
Okay, thank you.
Height and density, last call. Alrighty. We're up to process and communication. Commissioner Begley, I believe you want to be heard on this point, and then Commissioner Sarli, I know you want to be heard on this as well.
Thank you. First question, I have a couple, so bear with me. How was this decision arrived to not include forestry and natural resources in this as a stakeholder really at the table? I'm just curious.
So we included the public's, the Park and Recreation Commission, and we did not include urban forestry at that time. None of the trees were designated as champion or notable trees, so they were not included, but I did speak with urban forestry. They went out to the site, they surveyed the trees. So they, on a staff level at least, were involved throughout both tier 1 and tier 2. And their recommendations and analysis are included in the study document.
Okay, that was helpful. Thank you. I also want to thank you for spelling out the process during your comments. As a former Civic Association president myself, I know how difficult it is to sit in the back there. And in all due respect to the applicant, these people are not land attorneys. This is not their full-time job. This is a process that we as a county are studying to hopefully improve. And it is a very daunting one for the community, and I applaud the fact that you're here. I would also like to encourage you to stay part of this process. It is discouraging at times. Don't know what's going to happen here yet tonight, but I know it's discouraging at times to hear, oh no, that's part of the SPRC process. And you're like, oh no, here we go again. But it is true. And as a Civic Association president, and even as a planning commissioner, I have seen pretty much every time there has been an SPRC process, the initial plan is not the final one that's approved. It is a collaborative effort to get to that spot. And I will just finish by saying I certainly hope that we will work very hard on increasing the communication with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Begley. Commissioner Sarli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you, staff, for working so hard on this. I really appreciate it. And I think, you're sort of caught between a rock and a hard place a lot of the time. So there's a little commiseration to your situation. But that's to say that I think I would love to see, and I think Commissioner Lantelmi might have something to add to this, but I'd love to see a corridor plan or something start to take shape along 23rd Street. I think this is probably not the last one we're going to be seeing come up. Hopefully it'll give us a little time to prepare and be a little bit more well thought out ahead of time. The other thing is, and this is a little bit of my Cassandra role on this planning commission, is that I think this typology, these type of sort of church, is the typical one, but something similar to this property that are sort of on these sort of very residential environments are something that are going to be picked off, right? We're going to see this happen over and over again. So I think anything that we can strategize, put on the work plan. Commissioner Lentellme probably is going to correct me that I should have said this at the CIP conversation, that we need to start planning, establishing some sort of guidelines, some sort of a tactical approach to these sites so that we can sort of, us as a planning commission have a little bit of a set of rules and tools that we can approach and define. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate Commissioner Sarli's comments, and it causes me to note something that I had noticed earlier. This site and the adjacent retail and institutional buildings are surrounded on 6 of 8 sides, if we're including corners, by R5 zoning. And I would just remind our colleagues that R5 is intended to be a transitional residential district to and from commercial corridors. So I think that when our zoning code was created, there was an idea, and I think we can infer from the existence of these buildings, as well as the fact that it's surrounded so thoroughly by R5 as opposed to R6, which is much more common when it comes to single family districts, that there was an idea that something like a corridor plan would be appropriate for 23rd Street, even as far back as 60 or 70 years ago. I think that's the inference that I'm taking from what we're seeing, and I think it's a reasonable inference.
Thank you, Commissioner Weir. Anyone else wishing to be heard on? Okay, yes, Commissioner Steiner.
Just a quick thing that I associate myself with. I think that a larger corridor plan is needed here. There's a lot going on 23rd, and it's good that we get a standardized process going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Steiner. Commissioner Lentellme.
Yeah, which is why I'll be introducing a motion to that effect, essentially. I too walked the site few times actually, and it's pretty clear to me that 23rd Street South is the main street for Aurora Highlands, along with, to a certain extent, Eads Street, South Eads. We've had a lot of things happening along those streets. When I was dealing with the Crystal Houses a number of years ago, the 23rd Street restaurateurs kept coming in and saying, we want to redo our properties too. That's been in the back burner for a long time, but they definitely have been watching this and had their own ideas for that. We had a special glove study which was initiated on South Eads Street, which was terminated at the request of the applicant, but nonetheless, that was happening at the same time as this was. Of course, we have this special glove study. I also noticed that on 3 sides of this site are churches, one of which has almost an entire square block. As we've been seeing at the dais here, we've had a number of our churches and nonprofits come before us to redevelop their property and to redevelop it with residences and other uses in addition to their own uses, if they're not just outright selling. It's pretty clear that there's those property owners, I can't imagine, aren't looking at their properties and wondering what else can we do with it. If not this year, it will be at some point in the coming years. I very much would like to see a small area plan be developed along, from east of Ives Street to Eads Street and along Eads Street. Of 23rd Street from, between Eads and Ives and then along Eads Street. I think it's clear the development pressures are there. And I think the community really deserves to have a larger conversation about what's going to happen rather than having piecemeal special glove studies be done up and down this main street for this neighborhood. So I will be introducing a motion to that effect after we do our main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lentellme. I associate myself with your comments with regards to, comprehensive planning, for the neighborhood and the site, and the community overall. I think that's something essential. And I think that the community where development's going to be happening, deserves to have a comprehensive understanding of what they may be seeing coming forward. I'm going to recognize myself to backtrack to the topic we were discussing with regards to processing communication, because I think you just addressed the larger area study need and sort of the future need for that. But with regards to how this process and sort of the communications have developed, I found myself a little distressed as we were sort of hearing from the applicant to a point, acknowledging that there had been a breakdown in communication with the community. And I think that, you know, it's important. I appreciate that you acknowledge that. I think the struggle is that while, and you heard even tonight, you know, within this commission, that there were some topics that we tried to raise that we said, well, no, that's for the SPRC. Sorry, Commissioner Sarley, to make you the scapegoat on that. But there are certain topics that there is a lot of bleed over on what gets discussed now and what does get discussed at SPRC, and where some of those conversations are going to be most appropriate. And I don't, you know, as Commissioner Bagley said, I think that, you know, we hold developers and the applicants in these situations to a higher standard because the folks in the community at a given time are not land use experts, and they're not necessarily going to understand what needs to happen and what conversations are appropriate when. I wasn't in all these conversations. I don't need to have been. I'm not done. And I don't think that I think it's important that we do hold developers and the folks who are, you know, in the communities doing these projects are land use experts to, you know, continue to work with the communities that they're going to be developing in. These are your neighbors. Melwood is planning on staying in this site and being on this site, you know, making inroads and having, you know, a residential presence in this community that they don't have now. That's building a stronger relationship with the community. And it's in Melwood's best interest and your best interest as the, you know, their representatives in this community, that relationship continue to move in a very positive direction. And so the breakdown in relationship takes two parties, and I think that there has been a bit of a breakdown here. I acknowledge that, and I think that that's what we've heard from some of the community as well. But I think that the onus on fixing that relationship needs to come in many ways from you all as the developer moving forward with this, and what that's going to look like, and what this project ultimately looks like going, you know, at the next steps, and should this come to an SPRC, because a lot of the folks in the community, you know, I'm very supportive of this project. I think that this is an important thing, you know, to have. I'm supportive of Melwood's mission. What concerns me is that we're taking, you know, so much of the Melwood mission, and we're going to have, you know, so the folks who are involved in the Melwood program are also going to be living on site and becoming, you know, even more members of this community. And we've had this breakdown. And I think that's unfortunate for kind of all parties involved. And I don't want to see that being the case. So whatever that communication needs to look like going forward, I think it's incumbent that we start to reset that now, and what that is going to look like, you know, on the path forward. And that's really all I wanted to kind of say with regards to the communication and process, because I do think it's salvageable, but I think it's going to take effort, and it's going to take commitments on both sides and a willingness to listen on both sides. And I'm not sure right now that that's what's happening. Now you can tell me all the things I said wrong.
You did not say anything wrong, but I would like to clarify a couple of things. There was a communication breakdown of sorts. There was a desire to meet with my client at a point in time, as I mentioned during my testimony, we had one joint venture partner. This process has taken over 2 years since we first approached the county. When that partner left, it was a reset for Melwood. They didn't have a development partner. Then Wesley Housing became involved. We wanted to finish that GLUP process. There wasn't anything to tell, and what had been happening in the meetings that my client had been attending was frustration on the part of the community that we didn't have more to tell them because Melwood was in a holding pattern. They had one partner, that partner left, and Melwood is not a developer. So it took them some time to bring Wesley to the table. Wesley participated in that tier 2 study, and only most recently have Wesley and Melwood started to actually move forward to look at what this development might look like. There were some requests for meetings with subsets of Aurora Highland members. There was disagreement about who was going to be in what meetings. I don't want to kind of relitigate it. We understand our obligation to reach out and work with the community. We want to continue to do that. I think there was a little bit of a special circumstance here in the fact that over this timeline, there was just a point in time where we didn't have the information to share that they wanted of us. And we were at a juncture where it was clear that they wanted less development, and it was clear that Melwood and their partner need more. And so we said to them, let's finish the GLUP study process, and then we will reach out to you and we will continue to work with you as we move forward through the 4.1 site plan. I hear you. It's our obligation to work with them. We intend to do that. We always try to do that. I always try to do that. Of course, Melwood wants to do that. Wesley wants to do that. I think it was just a little bit of a perfect storm here in, we can look at the process and whether there were enough meetings or not enough meetings. But if you look at the timeline overall, 2 years is really tough on everyone. I think it's tough on the applicants. I think it's tough on the community and probably tough on all of you. So I'll just leave it at that, and I'll give you our commitment that we will work with Aurora Highlands and any other neighbors to fix that relationship and try to move forward collaboratively.
I appreciate that. And I think that's really what I'm looking for. Is this is not to point fingers, and that's not, I don't know enough information to know that. What I want to see is a project that can be successful in the community where it is, because ultimately what Melwood and Wesley are talking about is making neighbors for the people who already live there. And that's important to recognize that what that relationship looks like, that's what people are going to remember. I had an orthodontist tell me, you remember, sort of how something ends, not necessarily, the process to it. It's a very weird example I just came up with, but ultimately that is what people are going to remember. They're going to remember the sort of critical junctures of sort of how the communication went. And I want this to ultimately be something that people remember. We got these great, additional neighbors from this experience. And that's where I hope we can get to. So I appreciate that. I have commissioners who wish to speak. I saw Commissioner Lynn tell me first, then Commissioner Bagley.
This is just an observation. I think all of us here have seen this as an example, and this is to let staff know. We see a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction with the special club process from the applicants, from the development community, on behalf of the neighborhoods who, working with them, they are legitimately often almost out to sea about what is this, why are we doing this, how are we supposed to even influence this, and I fully appreciate their frustration with it. I fully appreciate the development community's frustration with it. I think we ourselves have tried grappling with it too. I know the staff is looking at it. I encourage you to really, and I don't know what the answer is. I do not know what the solution is. I will freely admit that. But I know we have to find a way that's better than this for something that we are required to do, I believe, under Virginia law, that property owners have a right to ask for special club studies for unplanned areas. And frankly, we're even using it within planned areas now for areas that have been sort of ambiguously or not fully nailed down. So we really need to spend time to figure out a process that is improves on what we're doing now, because what we're doing now just isn't meeting the needs, I think, of virtually everybody in this room who is dealing with it. Anyway, that's my editorial for the night.
Yeah, I appreciate your explanation, and I'm wondering if that explanation was delivered, to the neighborhood so that they understood why there was a reason that you couldn't communicate at a given time.
We did tell them that we were kind of on hold until this GLUP study process was finished.
On hold versus the explanation that you just gave, which was far more in depth, far more informative, and really normal people would say, okay, that makes sense. And I just use this as an example because should you move forward, should everything go okay, we have a SPRC process, we have something that's, everybody can live with in the end, and then we start construction. There's communication with that. It has to, as Chair Steinberger said, it has to be corrected now because there's a huge thing that follows this that is so critical to everybody in the end. We all, have a stake in this. So thank you. I appreciate your willingness here.
Excuse me, can I just add to that conversation? Just to kind of deflect some of the energy that's on that side of the room. The challenge with the process, and I think the engagement, which I think has happened, is that the process involves about 10 different stakeholder groups, not just the impacted community. So when requests come in, and whether it's staff, development community, are asked to explain certain things, we're also obligated to do that at the same time to everybody else that is part of this LRPC discussion. And I think what we're finding here is that we don't want to necessarily have certain conversations take off in directions that we now have to bring everybody else up to speed. Those should happen in a significant and consolidated environment where everybody gets the same information at the same time. And I think the nature of some of the conversations that started to happen, which is why I think we didn't have as many of them recently, It's because those conversations with the community did start to go in a direction that was significantly different and departed from what we were hearing at the LRPC. When that starts to happen, we need to have a more consolidated conversation.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think probably the folks in the back who've sat through this process probably appreciate this a little bit more as well, that we're this thoughtful about it and that there's a lot more to it so that nobody comes away feeling like, hey, wait a minute, we were shorted or whatever. There's a lot more to this. And maybe we just need to be much more sensitive to this in the future and communicating it that way. Thank you.
And I appreciate those comments because we did share that with them that, you know, the process that's set up for the GLUP study, it is a little hard. We want to be good neighbors. But when you find that that some of the neighbors, they have we're in these meetings and we're hearing all the input of everyone. As you heard tonight, there are members of Aurora Highlands that do not agree with the leadership or whoever the group is that's voting. And so it does become a little bit difficult that when you see this disconnect, that we did say to them, we want to go through the GLUP process with everybody else. So all voices and all opinions, and we can answer questions for everyone at one point in time. So I agree that it is a difficult part of the process that you don't want to go too far down the path with like a particular group when there are other groups, right? Arlington Ridge and others who have interests as well. But that doesn't mean that we won't reach out and work during the rest of the process.
Need to mea culpa for a moment. We didn't cover transit and parking explicitly as its own topic, but I think we've covered everything else. Could we just move
Right.
forward?
The only reason I was raising transit is because I've also heard that it's not a transit oriented site. But when we looked at it, we really felt it was. It is less than a mile to the Metro Rail station. And for some people, that's way out of reach, but it is for many people a walking distance. There are 2 or 3 bus lines that run down 23rd Street South. So it does have pretty decent bus service, and of course, there's bus service down at the foot of 23rd. So it is considered to, under the county's master transportation plan and our guidelines, this is considered to be a transit-oriented site. It's also highly walkable, so that you really don't need to have a car for every single thing you do. There are supermarkets in the area. There's a Harris Teeter only a few blocks away. It is considered to be walkable. It is considered to be transit-oriented, though, as much as some people don't consider a bus to be transit, it really is. And we have those buses running through here. So that is, I guess, the reason why I put transit there, because I wanted to make sure that people realize we did look at that. It was considered in deciding that additional density is appropriate here, which Arlington does consider density to be transit oriented. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to combine the two because if you do one, you really have to do the other. I move that the Planning Commission recommend the adoption of the resolution to accept the 750 23rd Street South Millwood Special General Land Use Plan Study document and adopt the resolution to advertise future public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board on dates concurrent with those for consideration of future site plan and rezoning applications to consider a GLUP amendment from public to low-medium residential for the area located at the northeast corner of the block bounded by 23rd Street South, South Grant Street, South Hayes Street, and 24th Street South to include parcel A, RPC number 36-039-015, close paren, and to exclude parcel B, RPC number 36-039-016, close paren, which is and shall remain envisioned as a portion of Nellie Custis Park.
Second.
Any discussion to the motion at hand? Yes, Commissioner Peterson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think this project has great potential to create much needed affordable housing for people with disabilities and jobs for people with disabilities. This neighborhood has good public transit, as we've just discussed, is walkable and has 2 lovely parks nearby. I do hear the concerns of some of the neighbors, and so it's been important for the applicant to work diligently to maximize green space and tree canopy and conservation, incorporate biophilia, and add that green buffer to support a nice transition between the park and the building, include appropriate tapering and step backs for a pedestrian-friendly experience, and incorporate traffic and stormwater mitigants. This is all called for in the study document, so I intend to accept it. But I also implore the applicant to expand your outreach efforts to the community to rehabilitate relationships so that future steps in this planning process can go much smoother. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oop. Yeah, Commissioner Sarli.
I'll make a quick statement. I'm really struggling with this vote. I think I will vote to support it. I think, and the reason is I am going to try to stay involved with the SPRC process to make sure that the form is the guiding principle and that we have significant setbacks, particularly from the park side and the neighborhood side, to make sure that the context and the massing is indeed adequate.
Okay, Commissioner Berkey, then Commissioner Weir.
Sure, thank you. Just a few comments. I want to associate myself with the comments by Commissioner Bagley with regards to process earlier. I really do appreciate the staff work that's been done on this proposal, that from the applicant, and I hear, I think I echo some of my colleagues. I hear the frustrations with the process, having seen a variety of affordable housing developments really struggle with different parts of the process to gain traction. The APA site, the CUMC church that just came online took about 10 years. You know, these things take time. So I hear that. And I really do appreciate the efforts and the many hours by folks from Aurora Highlands. You know, the opportunity to walk the site with you all, meet online last week. I think everybody has touched base at one point. So we really do appreciate that and try to read everything. And I've been reading everything. And when I was appointed to the Planning Commission, one of the questions I had is how do you kind of like figure out these recommendations? And the guidance I got from the board chair was to figure out whether the proposals that come before you, whether they will benefit the community on the whole, you know, kind of weighing everything. And I struggled with parts of this because I really hear some of the concerns from the neighbors. But where I've landed is I think that the recommendation to move forward right now does on the whole benefit the community. You know, we certainly have a program that Melwood has that we want to support. It pursues a lot of our affordable housing goals. I'm so heartened to have folks from Gilliam Place come here because that is an example of a project where on Columbia Pike, which is not 23rd Street, there are differences, but that is an example of a project where I remember there being a lot of concerns in the community about traffic and place and form and how it fit in. And that has been a spectacular addition to the Columbia Pike corridor. It is a jewel of the programs and the residents that are there. And so I really encourage you just to consider the opportunities that this project provides. Please stay engaged. I look forward to a vigorous public process if there is a site plan process. And I'm just really happy to support this proposal. Thank you.
Commissioner Weir.
I'm sorry to follow up on that elegant comment with something so simple as a question of you, Commissioner Sarli. Did you mean to say setbacks or did you mean to say step backs?
You know, I never know, to be totally honest. Both. Let's go with both.
As if you were talking about appropriate step backs, then I also agree with everything I think that you said. Thank you.
All right. On that note, I think we are ready for a vote. Everyone knows what the motion is before us now. Commissioner Streiner.
That's an aye for me.
Commissioner Bagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Weir.
Aye.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Sarli.
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey.
Aye.
Commissioner Guevara, if you're still with us.
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger, aye. The motion carries 11-0. I believe, Commissioner Lantelmi, you have another motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board direct the county manager initiate an area plan process to encompass properties along 23rd Street South, east of South Ivy Street to South Ead Street, and along the west side of South East Street, no later than any new property owner's request for a special GLUP study.
Second.
Commissioner Streiner has seconded the motion. Any discussion on the topic? I believe we've already discussed
I've
sort of
already
the
given my
future
reasons for
plans for
doing
the
that.
site. Okay, we will move forward. Okay, we can't engage. I'm sorry. The matter is with the commission at this point in time. Commissioner Weir?
While I agree with you, Commissioner Lantelmi, in sentiment, I will be abstaining because of my aforementioned sense about the timing of weighing in on the annual work plan.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you, but this is
Okay.
the position I've taken, and I feel like I need to be consistent with it.
Okay, we will acknowledge that it appears that with regards to some of the borders on the districts that Commissioner Lantelmi laid out, perhaps, as this moves forward, there is room to consider what the appropriate, perhaps staff can make a recommendation further for what areas should be considered and included within that border. But the motion is before us as read, as shared by Commissioner Lantelmi.
Commissioner Steinberg?
Yes.
I just wanted to, I think that this particular commission has been pretty consistent about comments regarding process. Here, I think process has been important to us, at least for the last several years. And I too am not going to be voting in favor of your motion on a process related issue, because I think we spend a lot of time trying to influence work plan. And in particular, for the last two budget cycles, we have been advocating for the retention of staff with CPHD, because we want to be able to make sure that we are accounting for a well thought out, robust work plan that meets the needs of everybody in our community and the development that's happening throughout Arlington. So it's not that I don't agree that we need to have comprehensive planning. It's just that I think that we need to hold ourselves to that same standard when we are talking about process. We need to be the same internally as we are externally with our county partners. Thank you.
Well, since others are already speaking to how they're going to vote on this motion, I will be supporting the motion as, while I understand the process considerations, I do think that we as a commission are able to send a message. And if the recipients of that message are county board and other, parties that, so take it, of what we see as important elements for, the comprehensive growth and planning for this county to take, I do think that's within our purview as planning commissioners. So I will be supporting this motion as presented by Commissioner Lantelmi. All right, I'm moving us to a vote. Commissioner Streiner.
Aye.
Commissioner Bagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Abstain.
Wait, I didn't have an abstain section. Hang on. Commissioner Patel.
Abstain.
Commissioner Weir.
Abstain.
Commissioner Lantelmi.
Aye.
Commissioner Sarley.
Aye.
Commissioner Robertson.
Aye.
Commissioner Berkey.
Abstain.
Commissioner Guevara.
Aye.
Commissioner Steinberger, aye. The motion passes 7-0 with 4 abstentions. Thank you very much for coming out for this evening. I know we had a lot of active community participation, and we do appreciate everyone's time. Y'all who are here for that item are free to go. We're not yet. We have planning business, or Madam Clerk, call the next item. Thank you.
The next item is PC business and organizational matters, including approval of the April 10th minutes.
Madam Chair.
Believe we have a motion on the minutes.
Madam Chair, I seek unanimous consent for approval of the April 10th minutes of the Planning Commission.
Without objection. Without objection, so moved. Staff report, I believe there is one of those.
Yes, we do have
Aye.
a staff report. Thank you, Matt Pfeiffer with the Planning Division. For the record, I actually have some prepared remarks I would like to read to you. So for the Commission's awareness, the county has received an application to terminate and discontinue a Columbia Pike commercial form-based code use permit, also known as the Elliott Project. This was previously approved by the county board and heard by the commission back in March 2022. The applicant is not progressing with this development at this time. They have elected to request the discontinuance of this approval. So more information is going to be available on this in the staff report when it is published in advance of the May 18th county board meeting.
Okay, and as I understand Commissioner Weir wishes to be heard on this on behalf of OG, I do want to clarify that the reason this is not coming, the determination is made that the Planning Commission does not have to hear on this, so it's going straight to the county board, which is why we do not have a further briefing on this. Commissioner Weir?
I just want to apologize to my colleagues that the first time that you're hearing about this formally is from Mr. Pfeiffer. I did think it was my obligation as the OG rep to brief the staff, and that's in part why Mr. Pfeiffer is here, so that, well, he's here because he's here, but in part why he's presenting this in case there are any questions. I think it's unfortunate, but I also understand in my role as the liaison to the CPP that there are discussions happening about finding tenants for those buildings. So we're not looking at a situation where we're going to have a series, a significant number of, well, hopefully we're not looking at a long-term situation with a significant number of vacancies along that block. My apologies that you didn't get my report on this matter first.
No, I appreciate that. And we appreciate the clarification to this body. Anything else?
That's all from staff this month. Thank you.
Okay, I believe there's a roster. We do have a roster to move.
We do have a roster. This is a joint LRPC and SPRC roster for the Crystal Plaza apartment site from DWEC. Let me see if I can put this up on the screen quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, colleagues, you can see the proposed SPRC subgroup roster for Crystal Plaza Apartments. Madam Chair, I ask for your unanimous consent in approving this roster.
Without objection, so moved. Adopted. So adopted. Anything else? Any other commissions wishing to, subcommissions wishing to be heard? All right. See y'all Wednesday. Thank you. We're adjourned until Wednesday. Do I get to bang? Can I bang? No. You can bang.
I didn't hear the gavel.
What I was short with,
Hi, Giselle. Hi.